body in the bank.
We'd like to thank Intel for believing in us and supporting women in the gaming community. The new core and graphics architectures of the 11th gen Intel Core processors elevate laptop and desktop gaming performance for all types of gamers, from the overclockable K processor line for desktops to the U processor line with integrated graphics. Intel has a product for the hardcore PC gamer and streamer, as well as the gamer on the go. Hi guys, and welcome back to VCT Game Changer Southeast Asian Series, FSL Circuit, the league that's all about growing the competitive women's gaming scene and seeing how women in esports change the game. It's us again, your host, Genevieve Julie, your caster, Key, and of course, once again, this FSL Overtime is brought to you by our sponsor, Intel, and supported by our official media partner, Yahoo. Key, how do we feel about Tiamat versus Big Scythe?
I'm really excited for this one because the teams. This is one of the biggest matches that isn't an actual grand finals. It's a grand finals in its own right because it's the last slot for qualification for overtime, which means that after this it's gonna be wild cards, and of course, wild cards means that anything is up in the air. Teams could reform and rejoin wild card, and you could have powerhouse teams for the last two slots of FSL Elite. So between Tiamat and Big Scythe, it's high stakes for them, right? And for both teams as well, they've been playing really well. They 2-0 the previous series just so that they don't have to play too many games today. So that's good for them. But of course, Tiamat struggled a bit more with their series. It was a lot closer, so they had to play more rounds. And on the other side, of course, Big Scythe, they made quick work out of Vitality is still in their second series, actually a 13-3. Sorry, second game of the series. So 13-3 means they're a little bit fresher, a little bit more rested coming into the series. And it's gonna be a best of five, so it's gonna be lots of fatigue, especially if it goes to map number 5 yet again.
Yeah, for sure. I absolutely agree. I mean, just the way that Big Scythe were able to make light work out of Vitality Estelle definitely looks like the girls are ready for that revenge grudge match. Also, Tiamat, I mean, talking about their super long run this time in FSL Overtime, they've played two 2-2-0s, then they played 2-2-1s, and then they just played another 2-0 versus Sashiro. So absolutely the most amount of games played. Also, the thing is, one of those O2s was by Big Scythe on Friday. So 2 days ago when we saw this matchup, Big Scythe just absolutely decimated Tiamat on Friday's games 2 days ago. And I'm not sure how Tiamat are going to face up to Big Scythe now that we're playing a best of 5. And now that Tiamat is just coming off of that fatigue, I don't know what they're going to be able to pull out this time around.
They were the ones who sent Tiamat to the lower bracket, which is why they had to go for that long run through the lower bracket. But also at the same time, looking at the map score between Big Scythe and Tiamat, both games of the series of that 2-0 actually went to overtime. The first one was a 13-11, of course, going to Big Scythe. The second one was a 14-12, which means that the two teams were actually, at the very least, pretty close, right? So I think that this best of 5 might go either way, right? I mean, they're so close to the point that it might just be a very close 3-0, or we might see best of 5 littered with overtimes today.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be super close as well. I mean, Tiamat also, they are the last Vietnamese team that's currently still that still has a chance to make it to FSL Elite over in October. Definitely nothing to snuff at. And we're going to take a look at the maps that have been picked so far for this best of 5. It's going to be Ascent, Bind, Icebox, and then Haven and Breeze if the series goes to all 5 maps. And we're seeing a lot of last pick Breeze, not so much last pick Breeze, but just Breeze is the leftover
Yeah.
map that absolutely no one wants to play. I'm not sure if Big Scythe are suffering a bit of PTSD from yesterday's best of 5 series and how that map 5 went down. But real quick, Q, what are your first thoughts?
Yeah, the map on Breeze was really went down to a knife's edge there, and going to map number 5, they
I see what you did there.
yeah, both teams just really don't want to go to that map 5, right? So they're picking the maps that are more familiar to them. The band map was split, and of course Breeze is gonna be that leftover map. I call it the Great Equalizer because typically the newest map is like that. Icebox received the same treatment when it first came out. Nobody wanted to pick Icebox, but then it always came down to the last map of a series if it needed to, because teams are new to it, relatively newer to it, so there's less executes, there's less setups, and the executions just aren't there. So it all boils down to gunplay, which is why we saw yesterday the Breeze map also went to 13 to 11, which is really close. So between the two teams, I think that the maps they picked are relatively even. I don't think either team is particularly strong on any map. But we'll have to see on how they execute, because we've seen time and time again the attacking side is what's weak for the teams in FSL, which is why they prefer starting on defense. Looking at the selections here, everyone who could choose a side chose the defensive side. The only exception to this rule was Hashira yesterday, where they actually chose attack.
All right, real quick, who's going to take this series and what do you think the score is going to be?
I think it's going to be a big Scythe, possibly a 3-1.
Oh, wow. All right. I was kind of thinking it would be a 3-2. I kind of am hoping to get that map number 5 over on Breeze. But guys, joining Quiz to bring you all the action for the next couple of maps is once again none other than Kentril Ham Quack. Gentlemen, all ears on you.
Hello, and welcome back, Kendall.
Oh, sorry. I was reliving that moment yesterday from Breeze, the knife's edge that you were talking about. That is a painful, painful way to go out. But I believe that Big Scythe are gonna be a different team today. It's gonna be them against you. I'm just still hearing that sad violin meme music in my head. I can picture that last kill, those last moments with like in black and white playing in slow mo, dude.
That's for sure.
It's so unfortunate. But against Tiamat today, I think it really is going to be different. But it might not be. We might just see a fifth man. I know you said 3-1, right? But Ascent going 14 to 12. There's a chance that Tiamat could just edge it out over Big Scythe. I mean, they did just play Ascent against Hashira.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's all up in the air, right? It's really up to the execution who's sharper today. The thing about performance is every team will be stronger or weaker at any given day, because sometimes it's just not your day, right? Like that's why people train a lot to really make sure that you're more consistent, to increase your baseline level. But that also means that at any given day, you can be performing way better than you are. You can be performing way weaker than your relative level. So we'll have to see which team is really ready today, who's fresher, who's ready for the other team. I mean, they've faced each other before, so they should know a little bit of each other's tendencies. But we'll have to see who came readier at this day, at this point in time, and who's hungrier to qualify for FSL Elite.
Ooh, who's hungrier? I like that. But yeah, it really does. I have to agree with you. Sometimes you're just feeling it, and sometimes, I don't know, maybe you don't. Maybe your mouse grip feels a bit off despite having your fingers placed exactly the same way. It do be like that sometimes. It happens to me so much. Or maybe I just suck, but whatever it is.
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, let's not. Whatever it is, speaking of tendencies, right? I do have to say that watching Tiamat earlier on, Yeah, it comes back down to the attacking side. The same thing that we talked about yesterday, the same thing that you talked about earlier on during the post match analysis. Tiamat sometimes in the attacking side, especially on a set, they look a bit confused. They look a bit unsure of like which site they want to go for. They're looking to play off of picks, but when they don't get them, they burn down the timer. They burn down the
Yeah.
clock. They have or at least they had when playing against Hashira, they had mid control and they always went from mid to A. If that repeats in this game, it might be a you might see Big Scythe just walking away completely with a win.
Yeah, I agree. Plus, the adaptability, that was something we were talking about in some series as well. Something that the better teams, or at least the higher ranked teams, are very capable of is shifting around their defense, shifting around their offense, being more adaptable. It's not just one execute, but rather they get a feel for something. And once they get an opening frag, it's fast. And some of the teams that have been eliminated, what we see their issues are is even though they get the opening frag, they don't know what to do right after, and then they don't flow their offenses towards what they get, and that makes it difficult for them to actually mount a great attack, to get into a site, to get into to take control over territory, and that's what we need to see from these teams for them to be able to win the other team.
Exactly right. I mean, it's always about your strategies and how much depth you really have together as a team. I mean, if you take a look, and I really do think we say this way too often, but these teams, they all have their own styles, their own personalities, and that's great. But the reigning champions, for a reason, are Alter Ego Celeste. And when you watch them play a map like Ascent, it's not just this one trick pony team. I mean, yes, you have a Neri and I think a Yumi at times, accompanied, supported by Iceberg, who tends to play a lot of Sova. They go for that aggressive B main despite being on defense, and they are that sharp to be able to pull that off. And they are very careful as well, but they don't do that every single round. I mean, if that doesn't work, they have another plan. If they're attacking and some execute isn't working out, they have another composition, they have another strategy. And all these other teams in FSL, I mean, I think they should be studying that. They should be taking a look at what goes so well, what goes so right for Alter Ego Celeste, and maybe there are some things that they can learn or pick off from those sides and turn them into their own strategies at points. But again, it's up to these teams to prove it here today, So who knows what they've got.
Yeah, between the two teams, they're gonna be playing a long day today. Both of them already played the best of three. Both of them won their best of threes 2-0 at least. So they're coming into this with a relatively even, although Tiamat played more rounds, relatively even amount of games played, or of warming up as well. Because sometimes people say, yeah, the one that plays more rounds is more warmed up. But then the other camp
Could
says
be
that
more
they play more
tired.
rounds. Yeah, they're more tired. So I mean, it could work either way. It depends on the team as well. Depends on the players. Depends on the mentality. So mental fortitude, I think. I think you mentioned this in one of the games as well. It's not just about being able to be physically fatigued, but also mentally. Whether your mentality is still there, whether you're still confident to make those peaks, whether you're confident to still be on the same page as your team, and that's really important, especially in a best of five.
Absolutely true. So I think with that said, the players are probably loading up in towards the lobbies, but Agent Select is. Oh, we're actually going to Agent Select right now. A little birdie in my ear just told me. Still though, taking a look at how they actually played previously, I think we can talk about this a little. Their composition is actually pretty much the same. The only exception, they have different controllers. Crescent from Big Scythe tends to go with Omen pretty much almost all the time. Whatever map she's playing, she's almost always an Omen. On the other side, though, Tiamat, we have man, I forgot her name, but last time they played together, she was playing as Astra.
Okay. It looks
Whoa,
like Lazy Think will be on that Astra, like you mentioned, that Astra pick coming in, but Crescent is also here to prove you wrong. And
really?
I
Are they gonna do
is
this?
this what? No,
I
the
don't
hovers are
know.
bait. The hovers are bait. Let's not.
Okay, okay, that's way different from what they usually
There was
usually
a
play.
KO Astra and the Yoru hovered, and I was like, hmm. But it looks like they might just go for the Astra. They're still kind of thinking about it.
They actually might. I don't. Nah, they're baiting us. They
Choose
played
your
Ascent
agent.
as well against Vitality earlier on the other streams, and on that map on those games they actually played the exact same composition that they're hovering over right now, which is, the same Raze, Jet, Killjoy, Sova, and then Omen as their controller. On the other side, yep, same thing. Again, difference being Astra. So I don't know. How do you think this actually will play out,
I
given the agent
really
composition?
I really think it depends on how they execute it. It really just boils down to that. I like Astra a bit more, especially on sites like Ascent, because Astra really allows you to kind of like do cross map smokes better. Not just smokes,
Hmm.
but also the stuns, right? Like for example, you can deny generator plant by planting star and then stunning or pulling. You can even pull the entrance. Ascent, for how big of a map it is, the openings to both sides are actually very small. So B and A can be covered with one smoke, with one Astra Star, which makes it really intimidating. All three entrances from B, mid, and both entrances to A can be covered with a star. And I really think that a good Astra player can make a big difference here.
I have to agree. I mean, you have that much more utility as an Astra. Maybe you don't have a big paranoia, but 5 stars and you get to control a big portion of the map. Not to mention Cosmic Divide as well, compared to From the Shadows. It's a very divisive capability, ultimate actually. You get to split sites and have basically like a toxic screen, but on crack. Whatever it is, here it goes. It's going to be Big Scythe versus Tiamat on the first map of this best of 5 on Ascent. And Big Scythe are already going in really aggressive, very confident about their push in towards B. So in towards market they go, and Liesel senses danger, backs off in towards boathouse, and Shidori knows this as well. They're prepared for it, but the biggest one they got to worry about right now is Mess with Ya. She's got the frenzy, and she already picks up a double kill coming into the spawn. Flushes Gwen out of position as well, and because of this, Liesel is able to peek out, take another player down. 2v4, and Tiamat are in on a roll.
Yeah, Tiamat are just a bit too fast on their rotations right now. Big Scythe, we talked about this yesterday in their game. Their attacking side is just a bit slower. Like you can tell that they had a plan, but the way they executed it, they just left too many openings for them to get messed with, and they got messed with. There's Raze with a frenzy, and it's just too much for them to handle.
Yeah, this is where, again, it comes back to the control discussion, right? And I like this because, okay, people don't like to pick controllers for whatever reason, but they are so important. Imagine in this attack, if your controller, Crescents, if she actually smoked off areas and they had someone watching those flanks where players like Mess with Ya came from, they might have just been able to stop that push from coming in. In fact, they would have taken control over the site pretty effectively, but I guess they maybe felt a little bit nervous about it, so they slowed things down. They got taken out. Here we go. It's going to be Tiamat with the buys, but they eat a classic right click to the face, and that gives a Spectre over onto Crescent's hands. Now they might be able to rush in towards A from Garden, but well, maybe slowing things down as well is a good choice. Orange certainly expecting this, so upping the brakes just makes Tiamat sweat for another second more.
Yeah, and they don't see the spike because the spike is all the way on the attacker spawn. So they're not going to be sure whether Big Scythe are actually going for this A execute. They haven't seen the spike yet. No one's speaking out. They're playing this really safe. But they're going to explode into the site right now with a dash. They're starting to take over the site. No one is actually in the site. They're going to go for this retake on Tiamat's side. They're trying to look for those frags. There's the stars being taken back, and the spike goes down.
Well, Lazy Think and Orange are above, but Orange is the one with the Spectre. Lazy Think only has the Ghost. Oh, spots the foot, but unfortunately doesn't quite get her down. She's at 13 HP, so still very close to dying, but whatever it is, they need to secure these kills. Chidori coming out from the doors will be able to pick up a double, and Orange cleans things up. A standard way to go, but the fact that they've taken 2 players down, I don't know. What do you think about that, Marquis?
The first kill was actually really a bit careless from the side of Tiamat, but I mean, a win is a win, and you really don't want to be losing your SMG buy round, right? And Big Scythe, they got the spike down, they got a few kills. It's not too crazy, but they at least have the credits to go into this next round with full buys and probably full utilities as well.
So that will be nice for Big Scythe. But whether or not they can actually take down the Tiamat players, for now, it certainly doesn't seem like it's a very convincing start. The way that they've been approaching it so far has been in towards Catwalk. But this time, I think slowing things down, instead playing a little bit more of a default, especially this Astra Nebula pushing them off outside of A main, is going to be a little bit scary to deal with. But as soon as it dissipates, they might be able to go in for a duel against the Jet player from Tiamat's side.
Yeah, I like what they're doing here on Tiamat. They're not giving them the long-range engagements, but Crollo is already deep into tree. Takes one down, reloads out in the open though, gets taken down by Meswodia with that Spectre. Bit of careless move there after throwing that smoke out, but Hisoka is gonna take the spike and put it down. 4 players still alive for Big Scythe, 2v4 situation for Tiamat, and they only have the Spectres.
2v4 with Spectres. Well, we say that, but she happens to find a Vandal at her feet. The Jet from Big Scythe, I think Crollo might have lost it somewhere along the way. Whatever it is, it's still not going to be an easy fight. They need to really isolate the duels, take them down one by one, because if they just swing into this, it's not going to be a good fight at all. Still, though, they're actually able to take down a couple more. Liesel and Chidori finding 2, 1 each. But the remaining players are over by A main, and at this point, they have run out of time. If they can do a little bit more damage, that would be nice, but Gwen just shuts them down completely. So 2-1, this is the standard start, and Big Scythe are looking a little bit better. I mean, they went in with a split push. The push from Garden was one that I think Tiamat did not expect.
Yeah, they definitely didn't expect it. They left it open, and I think that's a lapse in their defense, right? Like, you want every angle to be watched at the very least, or have something there to tell you that someone's pushing Garden, like maybe an alarm bot, maybe a killjoy turret. In this case, those are the 2 things that they could actually use to automate that information. But since they don't have any information from that, Big Scythe was able to capitalize. Crollo was able to sneak in and get that opening crack.
Still, though, despite that, well, they're still going with the same setup in towards A, but the more important thing that I want to point out is same setup. They are letting, I think, the Jet player sneak into Wine. It's okay, it's orange. Well, Meswodia holding the angle from main, just getting a little bit of extra information. Question is, will Big Scythe actually go in for the check on Wine? Not quite, though. It's just a peek and a simple aim duel that Big Scythe will win. So 2 players down, and A side has definitely been weakened. They need to go in with the execute right now.
Lazy Think might be caught in the sandwich as well. Takes down Crollo, takes down Gwen, but Hisoka is there. 2-for-1 trade, still looking pretty good for Big Scythe. They have control over the site right now. We'll get the spike down.
Question is how long they can hold on to it. 2v3, and Lazy Think has done her job. 2 players gone from Big Scythe roster is still good enough. If Liesel can find 1, that brings us back into a 2v2. Chidori, though, trying to make it a split push, but they don't expect the attacking lockdown from being deployed. Another player from main just makes it a bit of a crossfire, and all of a sudden it's very, very tough. She does take Hisoka down, but Crescents from main will be able to put a bullet in her back. 2v2 now. And Big Scythe, man, they're making these 8 executes actually work.
Yeah, they're able to get into that site. Getting those 2 opening frags off of the setup from Tiamat was extremely crucial to winning that round. So what they want to do on the side of Tiamat is they wanted Orange to hide in Wine and then peek with Meswodia's contact. So once Meswodia peeks, gets contact, she slides away, and Orange can start shooting for almost free there, and then Meswodia can re-peek as well in case there's someone else that comes in. But because they both got 1 tap, they both got deleted off of their positions. It didn't pay off, and now they know to expect that from Wine. That's why Tiamat can't do that before. Orange and Chidori get taken down by the Vandals here. Too many big guns for them to handle. They couldn't land those shots with the Sheriff. Trying to go into B execute right now. There's a Cloudburst coming out, covering the turret. They're all flushing into the site right now.
Full control key. They basically have it under, well, lock and key. 3v5. And if you only have Sheriffs, this is a very, very tough fight, especially even coming in from market. I mean, look at where Crollo is positioned right now. As soon as I think Lazy Think peeks out of that, it's going to be a tough fight. Still, though, Liesel is actually able to find a quick 1 tap. So that's a nice way to start things off. A bit of damage onto Big Scythe, but look at all this suppressive fire. It just keeps them pinned down, and Krollo now with the quick swings, the quick flicks, picks up a double. Hisoka, of course, taking one as well. Big Scythe now 3-2, and let's see whether this full buy from Tiamat can actually bring them back into the game.
Yeah, they're gonna need to stop right now because Big Scythe are streaking 3 rounds in a row for them. They're feeling good. They're starting to build an economy for themselves. But I do have one question for you. How do you know that you're a good Astra?
I think it really comes down to how well you read your opponent's positions, the placement of your stars. Oftentimes, you would want to maybe use 4, which is exactly what Lazy Think's doing right now. You keep 1 in your pocket in case you need to deploy quickly. Right? You want to use them as smokes pretty much most of the time, but you can combo your gravity well. You can use that stun to do so much. In fact, just placing a star in a spot itself is kind of a deterrent on its own.
Now, what I was thinking was that when you play Astra, you see the interface, right? And if you start the round with less than 5 stars, then that's your rating as an Astra. But anyway, Crescents takes 1 kill. That's the opening frag for Big Scythe. Their attacking side is looking so much sharper right now because they're winning these duels left and right. Lazy Think is stuck in this corner right now. She spots 1. No one else? Oh, someone's actually hanging back. Crescent is there. Does not land a shot to the Lazy Think with a crouch peek. 70 HP remaining, but evens things out.
Things are certainly even. It's 4v4, but the main thing is that the Hunter's Fury is being deployed in towards Garden, cuts them off from pushing in, and they have the spike being planted down. Cosmic Divide, though, gonna block things off from aiming, and that has been exactly where Big Scythe were trying to play post-plant from. It's all up to Krollo now, all the way from hell. She does the first one, tries to spray onto the second, but even despite stuck in the reload animation, she just tucks herself away in the corner. Sova player from Tiamat makes it a tough fight for Big Scythe. So Tiamat now, with her teammates coming in to support her, they bring this back into a 3-3. Big Scythe, though, will be able to full buy in this round, so a full-on head-to-head duel, I don't know what's going to happen in this round. But looking at this, I mean, 5 out of 5 stars, Key, is that how you would rate Lazy Think's Astra?
I mean, I was gonna say that the way they won it around was through the utility usage. The Cosmic Divide, flushing out Chase U, she had to go in because you can't shoot through that Cosmic Divide. She had to walk in, and they were ready for that. 2 of them were actually looking at that soft wall, and once Chase U went in, she just got executed. The Astra, smokes, and the stars really made great use of that from the side of Tiamat, and they were able to get back that side off of Lazy Think's frags.
I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, that is the strength of Astra, so clearly shown by Lazy Think. But here it is, an execute from Big Scythe, and they want this ace side. I mean, they've been going here for several rounds in a row now, but this time they have the ultimates. A lockdown creates so much space, but not to mention Krollo with the late storm. She's looking for some frags. Spike still gets planted though because Shidori's Hunter was a little bit late, but she actually tags up 3, maybe 4? 3 players, I think, at most. So a lot of the Big Scythe players are really low right now, but it comes down to whether or not they can actually hold up positions. Unfortunately, looking away, they're going to eat judge shots from Mess With Ya. Lazy Think follows in on that, and Krollo will drop. So 2v3 now, and Crescents will be able to find anything from Garden. It's all up to Hisoka coming in from A main, tries to blind spray through the smoke, but Lazy Think shuts her down, earning herself the triple in the round and the 4th win for her team. And wow, they just gave her the defuse as well. She's 5 out of 7 points towards her ultimate.
Yeah, being able to put down a Cosmic Divide for that retake, I think is really important. And we saw how they used it there. We saw how they used it to flush out main. You could do that for both B main and A main as well. Being able to put that wall will really cut the defenders and force them to play inside instead of outside side, because that makes it difficult, right? If they plant for A main, they can basically jiggle pick you all day long until you have to flush them out. You have to walk out of A main. The Cosmic Divide settles that by putting that impenetrable fill, impenetrable by bullets. And Orange with an opening frag on Krollo, this operator is already paying dividends. It's an expensive gun, but getting that opening frag is really worth it, especially if it's someone like Krollo.
All day, every day. Is something that Big Scythe did not quite expect. An operator being pulled out by Krollo, and now they're not quite sure if they want to push back into mid. If they peek into this, they might just eat another operator bullet. Still, though, they're going to spend a little bit of a dark cover to block things off from Cat. they rotate back in towards B main, and that's Crescents and Gang. But 2 more players from Big Scythe, and that's where the spike is, are coming in from spawn. So a little bit separated from the pack here, but they need to regroup before they go in for the execute. And I think if they take too long, Tiamat might just read this.
Yeah, they can't find the opening frags anymore. They're taking a bit too long as well. The Killjoy, they have to deal with the Nanostorm as well, which will be popped right now.
Oh boy.
Just gonna buy a lot of time for Tiamat to actually rotate in here.
Exactly, that's what we're seeing on the minimap. Take a look, there's 2 more players, 3 in fact, all the way onto Scythe, but the Showstopper just holds them off for 1 more second. I don't think it's going to connect it to anyone, but it's done its job. They have the spike planted. Still though, this is going to be a 4v5 retake. Yes, with ya has her Showstopper, so this could be an explosive fight. Dark cover to block things off from Market, and Chidori just starts things off with a frag of her own, but Crescent's holding the off angle, sprays down, and Gwen will be able to pick up a double kill. Showstopper doesn't connect, and now blocking off stairs with her paint shells. She just locks Chidori out. A bit of a strafe shot, and she picks up the triple. Looking for Lazy Think though. She's peeking up around the side. She knows that she's coming in from lane, and she gets the quadra! Lazy Think is still lazy, and she's gonna lie down on the floor, on the cobblestones, dead. 4-4 now, and Big Scythe brings this back into the game.
It's Lazy Think's name just because she got lazy to think about a name. It's like it's like, you know, wait, hold on. I'm onto something here. It's like Kid My Orc. It's like they don't know.
Oh my god.
Right? And it's Lazy Think because she was just too lazy to think of a name. And you know, sometimes when people do that, I know people without their own like in-game names. Like some people have a hard in-game name. They stick with their in-game name for like forever, and they've had it since childhood. But then some people don't, and they just put anything that comes to their mind at the point in time where they have to put down a name. And I think Lazy Think was
100%
just lazy
true.
to think about her name.
Dude, Quack Key. I mean, it's part of our actual name.
Yeah.
Alright, whatever it is. That's absolutely true. But Big Scythe now still playing this. It's a very nice approach. I mean, earlier on they were committing to A, this time heading back towards B, but they're changing things up. Earlier on it was kind of that B split that they had. They used their ultimates, but this time going in from B main, they actually lose some duels. They just lost 2 players, and things are falling apart quickly. Uh-oh. Gwen thankfully finds one back into her team's favor, but they still need to deal with this incoming converging positions from Tiamat. I mean, 2 players and mess with ya. Just playing Time Crisis with the judge. Peeking out of corner, gets one. Crollo does find, but dashes in towards Boathouse, trying to avoid Chidori, but it's just an inch short. Chidori still will be able to take her down.
Yeah, I think if Chidori just reacted half a second later there, Crollo would have gotten that kill. You know, that dash is actually good sometimes because you could see Chidori already aiming at where Crollo's starting point was, but the moment she dashed, Chidori reacted right away, immediately lands a shot before Crollo can bring out her gun.
This hurts Big Scythe. I mean, now they're on Sheriffs and Frenzies. I think that Execute had the right idea, but it was a little bit careless. They're just pushing in towards Market. It's the same thing that they tried on Pistol Round.
That's actually very spot on. Mid has been trouble for them. I think it's because they tried to take it too fast, and this Boombot is going to be another problem, and they're messing with your with this judge. It's going to be lethal, especially against this eco. Or she gets spotted.
Paint shells.
Oh, that was pretty swag. You see that? The satchel backwards.
You got that. She got that moves like Jagger. Blast packs to push herself back into safety. But still though, Chidori's hunting them down with the Vandal. I mean, Judge or Vandal, whatever it is, Tiamat are walking away with the kills and wins here. It's 6-4, and they've basically secured themselves, if not an advantage, basically an even fight in towards the second half.
Yeah, but we've seen both teams struggle on the attacking side. So Big Scythe, if they can make just 5-7 or even better a 6-6, I think that's a win in my books.
True. Still, this is the round that needs to count, right? Because we're nearing the end of the first half. If Big Scythe actually lose this one, I don't think they're gonna have a healthy enough economy for buys into the next, and the next round will be the last of the first half. So,
Showstopper.
Less of a contest. Picked up the alt orb, definitely. So that's kind of weird, right? Using the nebula there, maybe to just bait someone in and out of position, but no one from Tiamat actually was holding the angle from A main. So Big Scythe saw that and they just picked up the elbow. Now they have, I think, maybe 2 or 3 ultimates on their side, but they still need to figure a way in towards a site. Now
Yeah,
crossing mid. Oh my god,
Spike
Orange
down
just picks
mid.
up a triple. It's turned into a firing range for this girl, but thankfully Hisoka says this is the police and we're gonna confiscate your gun.
Yeah, being able to get a double kill plus even the third frag onto top mid, just absolutely amazing display from her. And it's not even Big Scythe making a big mistake there, but rather they're in action, going to
no.
any site and just hovering around mid
Don't
really punished them.
don't cross in the catwalk.
30 seconds left.
They have to go by A main. Shidori's watching that angle, and it's one that grants her vision in towards catwalk. So in towards A main, but that's where the stars are.
One enemy remaining.
And now it's just difficult for them to break into
down
sight.
mid.
Lazy Think
10
has
seconds
this
left.
perfectly locked down, and Hisoka has no choice but to back off. Spike being dropped as well. She's gonna save her Vandal.
I have what's it?
Last
have this
round
idea.
in the half.
She died.
Oh, okay, that was really unlucky.
What's your idea, Key?
I thought about something in the earlier series that you were casting. Some Tiamat won one of the thrifty rounds, right? And why do people win thrifty rounds? Because sometimes when you have nothing to lose, when you're on a thrifty, you change your pace. You tend to play either super fast or super slow. And that change of pace actually can win you around. If you win a thrifty, it means that change of pace is actually effective. And I think that's what teams should be looking at when they're stuck and just not able to find anything. You just need a change of pace. It doesn't matter what it is. It might just be a rush B, something as simple as that. But a change in pace does throw defenders off, and if that is something that Big Scythe need to do to actually win around on the attacking side, they need to do that. And right now they're doing that with the lockdown. That dash fails a little bit though. That lockdown is going to push the defenders away.
If they're still alive, and yeah, the main thing is they gotta prevent Tiamat from pushing in with a retake. So this Hunter's Fury definitely will do that for at least 1 second. But you gotta keep in mind, Tiamat, they have their ultimates as well. Orange with the Blaze Storm. It is available. Don't know whether she's gonna use it exactly, but Cosmic Divide now just made things a lot more difficult. Gravity will have to block anyone who might be around lane, and it's going to be a tough fight. Krolo, though, does take one down with her Spectre, but unfortunately falls at the end of the day. So it's all up to Chasu, who's hiding behind the Radiant crates, cannot go into Boathouse because of this one Cosmic Divide. Lazy Think.
It's good.
It's such a... It was pretty close. 4 seconds. They just survived a little bit. Actually, I
Switching
think that
sides.
Big Scythe, I would say, misplayed that. Because the wall baits you to go out of the wall and really try to fight because you don't hear the defense, right? And what's the problem with that one? You're out in the open. There's no covers outside of that wall. But what they needed to do was someone needed to weave in and out of the wall on both sides to kind of ensure that, you know, they're not diffusing, we can buy time. You need to buy time. And that wall is great usage, by the way. That's how you use the Cosmic Divide. You make sure that, because they can't shoot through the walls, they can't jiggle pick you, they have to fully commit with their bodies going out of the cover to actually try to fight you on your retake. And that's amazing play by them. But if you just stay outside, you're just getting a lot of bullets, and that's what happened to Tiamat, to Big Scythe rather.
It's a master class of how you actually use a Cosmic Divide, but at the same time, I guess it's a do not of like, when you have a Cosmic Divide against you, don't just, I guess, run away from it and leave yourself exposed in the open. But whatever it is, we go in towards the second half, and it's 8-4 in favor of Tiamat. Now that they're on the attacking side, they take things a little bit slow. Thankfully, mess with the edge here to make it a trade, but the spike has been dropped. Krilo does sense danger, however, so she will back off, and mess with her retrieves it. But Orange dropping around Garden is another problem. So at this point, Tiamat need to make quick adaptation in towards the site, but I don't think mid is the answer. Look at how many players are just walking around here. It's gonna be Chase U plus Gwen, who takes down 2 more players. Mesruthia does have the spike, but instead she opts to go for the ult or pickup.
Yeah,
They won't be
wasn't
able to
her,
hear
though.
it though, but now they hear her footsteps and instantly
Go
they
for the
watch
spike.
down this one angle. If
30
she can get the
seconds
plant, 300 credits, I'd still say that's not too bad.
Yep. That's exactly. This is the best case. She got an ult orb. She got the plant down, which is another ult orb plus 300 creds for a team. Just getting that, it adds up. Every one of these 300s adds up. Like 2 spike plants is already a light armor to a heavy armor upgrade for your whole team. So just think about that. Every little bit counts. And she was able to get a spike plant down, that ult orb as well. If she gets her ultimate up, that showstopper can make a big difference as well.
Still though, I would have preferred if they actually won.
I mean, that's the best case, but
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
like in
It's a
that
consolation
situation,
prize.
1v4, that's the best thing that you can get out of that.
And I think they can afford. I guess they can kind of afford it because they have the advantage. It's 8. They went into the second half 8-4. Now it's 8-5. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but it shouldn't spiral out of control. They still need to do some damage to Big Scythe. I mean, even if it is just 3-4 players getting killed, that would be good. But they need to be careful, whatever it is. So 4 players with the sheriffs now, walking into town. It's going to be Gwen with the triple. Page shells in towards the final player. Thankfully, Orange does dash away, though. So still alive for now, but the spike has been dropped. What a crazy spray from Gwen. Whatever it is, though, Orange still able to land a nasty dink onto the counter jet from Scythe. Pushes her away for a second, but she really wants to retrieve the spike. The thing is, she can't do it easily. So many players covering this one object. She goes back in for the beat, nails the headshot, but drops to Hisoka. It's all up to Liesel, who is making the long trip all the way from spawn with a classic.
Yeah, this classic, really difficult to get kills with this, but if she can find Crollo, I think that's gonna be worth it. But Crescent's is actually feeling that, you know, yeah, no one's gonna come from the shadows against an Omen.
No one. Omen knows. Omen is omniscient, whatever it is. But look at how big Gwen just holds the angle, gets the spray conversion as well. The third bullet, the third kill onto a Chidori is a thing of wonders.
Yeah, it's just Spectre things, right? Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does, and this time it really did. 3 headshots with the Spectre. It's absolutely crazy.
Still, we're going to go in for a bit of a technical pause, but 8-6 is the score, and this is a standard start, perhaps, for Big Scythe, winning the pistol, winning the second, with Tiamat on the full buys now. But the fact is, I'm not sure. They bought up sheriffs, right? So with the spike plant, I guess you can buy sheriff, but some players might have to go with light shields. Am I right, Key?
Yeah, that is correct. Depending on if they actually use all their utility for that round, they will have to buy up.
Placing sentry.
So not quite sure if they can, but still might just see a standard 2-1 start. The current positioning kind of suggests a bit of a default. Spike being dropped means they don't want to play overtly aggressive, but this comes back to what I was talking about with Tiamat. The way that they attack, it's not the most confident thing, right? They're kind of, I mean, so far it's only been 2 rounds, but they don't favor those quick, fast and furious rushes.
Whether they can actually weather the storm or not, especially with the rifles coming in, is another story. And you know, normally it starts with you win the pistol, you go for SMGs, you lose your bonus round, of course, goes 2-1, and then the real match starts, right? Rivals versus rivals, and that's where Tiamat can actually start getting away with a bigger lead, because if they win this rifle round, it's gonna be 9-6, and if they win the next round, 10-6 with a bad economy on Big Scythe. So if you take a look at the buys right now, there's the Spectres. It's actually full buys all around for Tiamat because of that spike plan.
Which is nice. In fact, we do see a couple of big Scythe players holding on to upgraded pistols. Not gonna be the best thing. So this is shaping up to be more than likely a Tiamat win, but again, we never know what's gonna happen. Slowly playing it methodically, Tiamat are currently positioned up towards mid, trying to get as much information as possible. Not sure if they actually spotted the opposing Sova in towards market, but they're going to push in off of this smoke regardless. So now...
Chase, you still stuck on that drone? Okay, it's a backstroke drone.
Do they expect her to be over by logs, though? Oh, the dig! And just like that, Orange gets taken out. Chase, you will be able to pick up a rifle.
Yeah, that's a ghost becoming a rifle there, and that's not what you want, because I actually think that
Spike down A.
that's a 1-for-1 or from her own bot. That's looking pretty good for Big Side right now. They're still in the Spectres. Polo gets 1 kill as well. Liesel just plants right in front of her. Now they finally take down Krolo. 3v2 right now. Gwen has a vandal, gets the spot, shoots through. That's an amazing dart there. And Lazy Think is still under hell. Gwen is gonna get her, and that's gonna be the round for Big Scythe. They convert their bonus round into 3 rifles.
It is over. This is a mistake from Tiamat. What was?
What do you say? It's a big mistake.
It's a expensive mistake, right? We're talking about the ghost into the rifle, like 500 credits into 2,900. That's the first thing. Second of all, what was that push in from Garden? They just, I mean, Liesel just, I don't know if they saw a player behind Generator or not, but they just went in and stuck the plant. What?
I don't understand either. There was a few misplays as well. Orange just dashing into site willy-nilly without any support into B. I think is a misplay because you want to be peeking with your jet. You want her sacrifice to not be in vain. And her sacrifice was just not in vain. Not only in vain, but it also gave up a rifle. You upgraded a pistol to a rifle by dying there.
It didn't even bait out any rotates or anything. That's not following the Tiamat script. So unfortunately for them, they're going to be back on ecos, and this time around trying to pick up the alt orbs. I think they get met with some HL, some utility. It gets smoked off, so now they're rotating back. See, this is what I was talking about. They are not sure of like how they want to attack. They go into a or B main. They get met with some resistance. They rotate over. And mid is not a place that you want to cross easily.
No, not at all. Plus, they only have sheriffs here. They need to go for rush, actually. I feel like if you're going with sheriffs... Oh, okay, they're committing the showstopper as well.
Huh?
It's not hit anyone. But Gwen takes Orange down, takes Mesquite down as well. They really want to secure this round. Liesel, though, takes Gwen down. They're funneling into the start right now, but there's still 3 big players around. Lazy Think gets chasing through the wall. He's like a bit slow on the rotate here, or rather on the flank, at least. From they're all coming from one side, and I'm not sure I like this from Big. You have to come from both sides to actually be able to deal
We
some
do have an
damage.
omen for stairs.
Yeah, they now move towards stairs. They get Liesel. Lazy Thing gets taken down as well, and this is finally what they needed. Dory is gonna get sprayed down.
my
Oh, gets the
God.
headshot onto Krolo, though, after a few whiffs. Krolo, was she jumping with that rifle?
I think she ran out of ammo, so she started jumping to try maybe throw
Yeah, that was super tragic. I think
throw him off. Yeah,
it
but
was a bit messy there, but you know, they come up with a round still. 4 rounds in a row for Big Scythe.
and I guess a spike plant for Tiamat. Well, they had sheriffs, and they managed to, I guess, somewhat gain control over B side, get the spike planted. So 300 credits again. Maybe it starts to build up, but I don't know if this is the right thing because they used Gwen's ultimate to be able to do that, and it didn't connect onto anyone. So
Yeah, it
now
didn't really scare them. I mean, sometimes you just think about whether you really need to use that or not. They wanted to secure that round. It didn't pan out, but I can't say that it was a bad decision necessarily.
true. So back to this sort of a default. They're again trying to bait peaks, trying to find an opening pick, but Big Side just aren't giving that up. I mean, look at how far back they're playing. In fact, we do have, I believe that's Krollo watching down A main, calling it clear for her team.
Clear for now, and they do have 3 players on A, so they have to be very careful here. Orange will not be able to find many people, but there's the alarm bot. Crescent is gonna punish her. 36 HP left on Omen.
What?
Reloads. Krollo gets a kill with the operator as well. There's a showstopper being committed. Crescent gets one, gets to finish himself, mess with it before the rocket comes out, and she finally gets taken down. It's all down to Lazy Think now, and she's gonna get surrounded, and Hisoka takes her down for an almost clean round from Big Scythe. And they're taking this game back.
We started 8-4.
Yep.
This is 5 wins in a row now. And it's, I think, I really hate to say it, but it's kind of telling that Tiamat are making mistakes. They kept on going for this, you know, confused push. They try to aggress into B. It gets denied, so they fall back. They rotate around. If there's no one watching it, they go in towards catwalk, and it really falls apart around garden. But now, a bit of an operator whiff from Krollo. It's going to allow Orange to make her way back in towards mid. The smoke comes out from Big Side to block things off in case they do push in towards market. But whatever it is, you got to consider Tiamat only have pistols this round. And I think, did she whiff all her knives? Or she's going for the pick. What? Against an operator?
Yeah, well, she did tag her down and she didn't get hit. So
Okay.
winning
Winning.
so far.
Still,
I mean,
though,
you gotta take
watching
that
them
chance.
cross.
Yeah.
I guess so.
You're on pistols.
But
It doesn't really matter.
That's the thing. I think she might have seen them going back into its B lobby as well, so they should kind of know that the push is going in. Blowing open this door. They're making their way in. They blast pack over, but oh wow, they actually overwhelmed Chase Yu. She was not sure
30
which
seconds
angle to look
left.
for. All
Spike
5
planted.
players just rushing her down. Spike will get planted, but Krollo watching Boathouse with the operator will finally take Orange down. We're into the 4v4. Cosmic Divide, I guess, to push them off for a second, but Gwen just pushes in regardless. I'm disrespecting your Cosmic Divide, and Hisoka will find one before falling to a straight so
player
it's
standing.
going to be down to the 2v2 when Lazy Think, hiding over in Boathouse, needs to come up with this big 1v2 clutch. She
One
gets
enemy
paranoid
remaining.
though, but able to take the kill at close range.
Gwen!
And on from the other side, takes Gwen down.
That was not the round that they were supposed to lose. They had control over that. Gwen was paranoid. She should have seen her when she peeked out, but instead, I think she shot and then was about to swing back out, and then Lazy Think just gets the clip onto her. I'm not sure what happened there for Gwen.
Very weird, because I think on paper she should have gotten it, whatever it is, but this is amazing plays from Lazy Think. She has been showing up since the start of the first half, and right now Krollo will be the one showing up with her operator, taking out her counterpart Jet. Orange, who, well, picked up her operator from the previous round. So, you know, sometimes, Key, we're no strangers to love. You know the rules. I'm
Yes.
never gonna give you up.
Oh, please. Please. No.
I'll
Not
see
like
myself
this.
up.
Not like this. Well,
She doesn't
right.
want to give Orange the operator, that's all I'm saying.
I see. I see what I see your point, and I agree, but I didn't want to acknowledge it.
It's still a 4v5 though, and Tiamat are having a tough time on this attack. They did manage to win the previous round, but now they really need to find a way in towards this B site. But
You should run.
we do have players watching this from stairs, from market, and it does seem like Chase U has a lineup.
maybe from average Jonas, but lineups can be pretty deadly. But
No,
it's
she-
going a bit in too fast. We got locked down. I guess the
Didn't
lineups didn't
connect.
work.
Spike
It
planted.
didn't work, but she's still alive.
Yeah,
Managed
no
to
one
sneak
was-
herself in towards Canoe, but here comes the retake. Are they aware that Story's over by Spain though? She's able to get one spray, but immediately gets traded. Unfortunately, Crow's not connected. No more.
Player
And
standing.
the spray transfer will miss as well. Lazy Think, though, again from Boathouse, will not repeat the same magic that she just did, unfortunately. So this pushes us into a 10-9 now. And Big Scythe are starting to walk away with a bit of a lead.
The knives are still cursed, Control. The knives are still cursed.
It's I take skill to use that ultimate. It's very PTSD inducing.
Have you
From
tried this stuff?
yesterday.
Oh, from yesterday. Yes, yes.
I don't want to get into that.
I'm gonna
You-
say
I
Tiamat
play-
looked lost right now on the attacking
yeah.
side. Like there were some moments of brilliance when they could get into B, but when they don't have their ultimates, when they don't have their showstopper, the lockdown, it seems like they just can't get into sight. And from the start of this round, it seemed like they were thinking because all of them weren't moving. They were chatting amongst themselves and trying to figure out what they could do.
It's almost the same from when they played against Hashira just earlier today. So, again, I guess similar default. And with this bit of mid control, they're going with the same route back in. It's Orange who gets pushed in towards Garden, trying to find an opening pick. Does spot a player out, but unfortunately misses 5 of her bullets, so only 1 remaining in the chamber, and she reloads. Back in towards mid now, and it's all too telegraphed. Big Scythe know exactly where the Tiamat players are positioned. If not all of them, at least one, and that's why they're able to take down Lazy Think. No more smokes, and all of a sudden their attacking
My
side
ult's
just
not
got
ready.
a whole lot tougher. You cannot block the shop anymore, and that just makes it difficult to control a site. Krolo still
30
locking things
seconds
down
left.
from B main, gets another. Gwen, one more from Catwalk now. And the 2 remaining players stuck in towards B main. As soon as they peek out, they are dead.
Oshidori, Krolo rather, didn't budge even after getting tagged 2 times.
That's confidence. So now 11-9. And this is, remember, they started off this half with 8-4. Big Scythe have won 7 rounds already, with Tiamat only winning 1. It's a very big problem, and it's the same one that they had against Hashira. Now trying to make somewhat of a rush or execute it towards A, and Big Scythe read it perfectly. Unfortunately, though, they lose 2 players in the process, Chase U as well as Crescents, so this might have relinquished control in towards A. They're rushing in, the door does get shut, and the spike will get planted. 3v4 retake key.
Maybe it is exactly the round that they need to equalize this, but there's the lockdown being committed as well. Hunter's Fury is going to counter that though, so it's going to get destroyed. But there's a showstopper coming out from Tiamat. It's not connected to anyone. That dash is going to help Krolo out. Switches to the Sheriff. They're starting this retake right now. Finishes off Orange first. They're going to go down, check Hell. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And it's down to 2v2 right now. The Nano Swarm has been used. There's a second one. Okay, they get the Nano Swarm. They're going to have to defend the spike. Half already. Oh, it's actually 6
Krolo!
6 HP, and she's gonna get the defuse. It's now match point for Big Scythe.
Consider yourself redeemed. She was able to save it for her team and bring this game into match point. 12-9 now.
Here.
Yeah, it's Big Scythe really pulling out all the stops here. I think Tiamat are running out of options. Their post plant, they keep losing the post plant.
Lose the post plant. Their attacking strategy just feels hella shaky. And now Krolo with another operator has knives as well. What is your option if you're Tiamat? This is match point. It just feels a little bit like focus. Goes in for the peek though, and she does take Krollo down. Operator gone. We're back into a 5v4. All of a sudden, hope just comes back into the game. Like a ray of light. Maybe they can rotate back towards A. You know, bait a bit of a rotation from Tiamat, from Big Scythe towards B.
Losing one member might make it difficult for them, but they have been doing pretty well even with one member down.
Oh, no way. Gets lazy
Spike
think,
down
and then
A.
the Hunter's Fury takes Shidori down. Spike being dropped as well, and you see the Tiamat players going back just to pick it up. Messenger will push up front though, and she is able to take Presence down. Gwen makes a bit of a trade. Messenger continues with her aggression. She doesn't want to let them get onto Scythe. We're in towards a 2v2 when two sides, two raises are really, really low. Gwen does have the better weapon though.
Can't believe Gwen's still alive.
Mess with you did pick up a rifle, maybe, but yeah, 36 HP. She is still alive. You gotta look at Mess with you as well. I mean, she's even lower, but they're both holding from hell, and this is something that Big Scythe have to consider. Dropping though, position has been given away. They're trying to execute at the same time, kind of like rappelling down the tower. Chase you with the third kill in this round, and she closes this map out for Big Scythe.
That was an amazing drop
Defenders
from Chase You into that headshot. That was just well timed. That looked like a SWAT team coming in.
Oh my god, did she kind of use the sound from Gwen as a distraction?
They just went down together. Like, I think they peeked at both
like-
sides of hell. They expected a crossfire. So both going down together can distract the other person, like giving you too many kind of like targets to try to think or process. And that was such a great retake from Big Scythe, and 13-9. It looked so close for the whole start of the match, but at the end it looked like Big Scythe were just the better defending team.
Oh my gosh, there is, you know, in this multiverse of duality, there might be a world that, you know, Big Scythe, they went down one by one and they just lost, but this is perfect. Truly like a SWAT team, just rappelling down together at the same time, and Chase You actually so accurate, able to take down two players just like that. They earned themselves this first map. It's 13-9, and I think it also has to be said, Key, Tiamat's attacking is
Yeah. It's really just not there. And on the side of Big Scythe, their defense, their retakes, their rotates, their reads are just so much sharper. And actually, what I find funny here is their retakes are so good, but their attacking side is still just above average.
Just above average, right? It still came, I guess, somewhat close, 13-9, but I think both sides, they do seem pretty even in terms of mechanical skill. I mean, that's why they are all pretty much all of them are sporting that immortal gun buddy. But when it comes down to strategy, when it comes down to figuring out what your opponents are doing, it just seems like Big Scythe has, you know, the better read. Whether they're playing defense, whether they're playing attack, they were still able to make it relatively close. I mean, don't get me wrong, at the end of the first half it was 8-4, and that's where Tiamat looked pretty strong, but over on the second half they lost way too many rounds in a row.
Just way too many rounds. And I'm afraid for the next map when Big Scythe are actually starting on the defending side, even though it's going to be Tiamat's map pick, if they can't get the attacks going for them, if the executes just aren't happening, it's going to be more of the same, I think.
Who knows, maybe I guess we'll go into that right after this. Going to go for a quick break, but the next map will be Bind, and that is something that Tiamat picked. So who knows, maybe deliberate a little bit in the I was going to say comment section in the Twitch chat. But after this, we're going to be right back to take you through it. Rearcasters, Quack, and Key, and this will be Big Scythe versus Tiamat in the best of 5. The next map coming soon, up next.
we'd like to thank Intel for believing in us and supporting women in the gaming community. The new core and graphics architectures of the 11th gen Intel Core processors elevate laptop and desktop gaming performance for all types of gamers, from the overclockable K processor line for desktops to the U processor line with integrated graphics. Intel has a product for the hardcore PC gamer and streamer, as well as the gamer on the go.
And welcome back, folks. It is the VCT Game Changer Southeast Asia FSL Open Overtime. We're in towards the second map of this best of 5 series. We're moving on towards Bind. It's between Big Scythe and Tiamat, and we are your casters. Hey, I'm Quack. Beside me is going to be Key in his breezy beach. I do have a question for you, Key.
Yes.
How do you get to cast and view this vmix stream and do everything so smoothly on your computer? You must have an Intel processor, right?
For sure, and not just an Intel processor. I'm also powered by a 5G connection to make sure that
Wow.
it's all smooth and you hear me in real time.
Even though you're on a beach.
Yeah, for sure.
That's amazing. Still though, we're not going to the beach just yet. We're going into the desert. It's Bind. So actually these two maps, the teams, well, Big Scythe and Tiamat, they did play this earlier on, I think, in towards the was it upper bracket? Somewhere in the upper bracket.
Yeah.
On which both maps Tiamat unfortunately lost. Ascent, they lost 13-9. Is history gonna repeat itself?
I mean, we'll have to see. Tiamat really need to solve their attacking side issues. Big Scythe are very sharp, right? So being able to defend well is a given because they can hold their angles, they can get 2-for-1 trades, and that's really what we saw over and over again, right? So many 2-for-1 trades because a 1-for-1 is what you want at best. But 2-for-1s really make it so good for the defenders, make it so easy for them to go for the retakes because they have the numbers advantage coming in. And for Tiamat, those executes, those opening duels are what's costing them. Like, they don't get the trades, they don't get a 1-for-1, they don't use their utilities enough, or at least not efficiently, to flush Big Side out of their corners, their angles, and be able to get into side safely, or at the very least get good enough trades to get the numbers advantage coming into the side. That's why their post plans look so difficult.
I do hope that Bind will be a little bit different, though. I mean, Ascent is one of those maps that you can face quite a bit of difficulty in your approach onto sites. I mean, this is Tiamat's map pick, if I'm not wrong. That's why Big Scythe are the ones who pick defense. But on Ascent, Tiamat, they again, I said they look shaky, they look confused. They don't have a clear picture of what they want to do, and that's why you often see them just hovering around a certain area trying to look for an opening pick, and if they don't find it, they just kind of burn the timer down and they rotate back around mid. They try to rotate from spawn in towards A, and at that point you only got like maybe, I don't know, 40-30 seconds left to execute, and they just rush in and they get taken out. So Bind maybe a little bit different, right? You don't have this huge long range mid area. You have A short, B short in towards hookah. Maybe the only long range ish spot would be like showers, as well as B long. So the rotations might be a little bit easier for Tiamat. Maybe they have some kind of a plan for their attacking side on this map as opposed to Ascent. So perhaps they'll look a little bit better. The last time they played, the score was 13-11, but in favor of Big Scythe.
Yep. And Big Scythe just they're all the games were really close. Like, even this one was still pretty close. 13-10, 14-12, 13-11. And it just goes to show that they are close, but just not close enough. They need to get those rounds. They need to flip 1 or 2 rounds, just 1 or 2 rounds for them to be able to convert that win. And they have to do it on this map because this is their map pick, and it's very uncomfortable to have to go into a third map that is your enemy's map pick as well, down 2-0. So for Tiamat, they have to be ready. They have to really execute. I think they lack a lot of that decisiveness, at least not consistently. They do have it every so often, like every few rounds they just decide, okay, we go side, we go execute. But then some rounds they're like, oh, we lost one member, then they start to play scared, and I think that's affecting their execute so much. Playing scared and not being decisive, right? Even if you're one person down, you really just have to go.
That is absolutely right. I mean, you cannot let the loss of just one player really shake up your whole mentality about the round. You still need to work with whatever you've got. So, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to show us some of that. But I just want to remind everyone of the stakes here, because this is a best of 5. It's not exactly a grand, or I guess it kind of is a lower bracket final. But what they're really fighting for is a slot, a spot in towards FSL Elite, which is happening towards, I think,
End of October.
yeah, end of October, end of next month. And in that tournament, FSL Elite, if you have a spot in it, you stand a chance to win at this huge $25,000 total prize pool. And it's not just any dollar, it's US dollars. So big money. And if they actually get to qualify for that, they stand a chance to possibly walk away and, at the very least, contend with the other teams that have already qualified. Those are Alter Ego Celeste, Galaxy Racer, as well as Renata White. So we're going to move into Asian Select really quick. But for now, just taking a look at the previous statistics, we do have something, I guess, kind of interesting from Tiamat. They play with a double controller setup, but not the one that we were thinking of, Key.
Not our favorite.
Yeah, not our favorite Astra Viper. It's Brimstone Viper.
Okay.
Don't know if they're going to do the same thing this time.
It's a double Molly setup.
Are they going to go for it again, though? I'm not sure. Maybe, maybe not. The last time it was Lazy Think who was kind of playing that Brimstone. Wow. Okay, they just... Okay, no double controllers, just one Brimstone.
Yeah, it's just Brimstone this time around, which is also different. Although we've seen some of the teams at FSL run Brimstone on Bind as well, that Molly to flush out U-Haul. I think that's probably the best use case of this, and that's probably why they choose this, right?
Select your
Flush out
agent.
U-Haul, maybe even flush out elbow sometimes, or specific corners on the B side. I think the Brimstone can work out quite well here. You do that with the Viper too, by the way, like using the Snake Bite to flush out the Cubby on the right on B, or on the left if they're hiding behind the Radiant boxes. So the Molly helps flush out those hard angles.
Exactly, a very effective tool for denying a bit of area. I think Astra can do a little bit of that as well, but not as well as a Molly. Other than that, maybe you want to bank on Paint Shells or Killjoy Nanoswarm. But one thing that I want to point out for Brimstone versus Omen is that Omen, okay, his smokes kind of nerfed a little. Dark cover takes a while to travel across the map. Plus, you only have 2. Maybe it takes a while to refresh. Maybe not even anymore. In fact, now you have to buy your dark covers. But it is still more or less a global ability. You get to place it. If you are all the way from B long, if you move a little, you can still place it over by showers, right? Your dark cover. Brimstone, on the other hand, he has to deploy sky smokes from his little, HUD, his HUD, his PDA thing, and it doesn't have the widest or longest range. If you want to smoke, I guess, like B long, you can't really do it from A.
Yeah, there's a range to your iPad and
your iPad. And that's why I think when Tiamat swap on over onto defense, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to stall unless they time things correctly. But wow, just to start things off, a little bit of aggressive information gathering from the sky on the side of Big Scythe, and now they teleport over. They've dropped orange, so now they're just looking for the remaining player. Liesel still hiding behind this one box. Without the trigger discipline, though, instantly goes for the shots. Will be able to pick up the double, but unfortunately falls quickly to Gwen. But whatever the case is, Spike actually being delivered over onto the A site. Whoa! Shock Dart direct impact on towards mess with you. Thankfully, she has a heal, but it still does a nice little chunk of damage. 3v3 retake.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that push into the teleporter was and why they didn't check the corners. And Hisoka also gets punished for not checking that corner. Lazy thing is going to take her down. 2v3 right now for Big Scythe, and it looks very difficult for them right now to get on the spike.
No. Wait. Recon ball does go out, but Gwen wants to aggress with the frenzy. Unfortunately, will not be able to take a single remaining player from Tiamat down. And just like that, Tiamat, you know, this isn't a set anymore. We're not in Kansas anymore, Dorothy. They're looking a little bit more decisive, a little bit more comfortable. I mean, it was kind of a strange, odd play. 2 players in towards Hookah, and then they just fall quickly. I mean, there was a teleport, but then they made the quick decision to just push out of showers instead.
Yeah, I feel like that was the misplay on Big Scythe gave Tiamat the opportunity to just go push out showers because they heard the teleporters come in from short. And I think that was overly aggressive for Big Scythe. They were a bit over eager on that rotate because the Sky Flash only tells you that you flash someone. But there were actually only 2 members there. And Kolo gets taken out after throwing out the flash. Chase you, takes Lazy Think down though to make it expensive. Crescents gets taken down as well, so now down to 2v4. Hisoka gonna hit the first bullet, almost whiffs the rest, but takes down Liesel.
So nice little chunk of damage again. I might actually be able to upgrade her pistol as well into towards Spectre perhaps, but she's still really, really low. It's not gonna be an easy fight at all as they move in towards the site itself. But it is a Bulldog. Honestly, I might just save this. Nah, probably not, because you get the full die in the next round. But 30 HP, they know where she's coming from because of the wall. How do you actually isolate and win the duels at this point? Hiding in the corner now, they just want to rush her down. And just like that, Orange will be able to secure the win for her team. 2-0, standard start again. The Bulldog was a bit expensive, but they get to retrieve it back. And here it comes, Bull Buy versus Bulldog. I still like that.
Yep, the Bulldog can still be really effective. You get that burst, or even if you get the headshots, as long as you get to jump onto someone, that's still a pretty lethal gun to use. But if you look at Orange, she's actually buying a Bandit.
Oh? Is that...
I like that.
Well, maybe because next round she can just go with knives or something, right? But she has to stay alive long enough to make that Vandal really work. Unfortunately, she just goes in and gets traded out. It's 2-4-1, and it's one that actually favors Big Scythe. So attacking side has truly been weakened now. You only have 3 players remaining. Whichever site you try to commit towards, there are 2 players defending. So numbers-wise, you know, 3 minus 2, you got 1 player remaining.
Yeah, they need to really be able to get these frags. They need to get better than even trades to win this round. And right now, look at Big Scythe. They're not overly rotating as well because they know that they could easily be fooled by teleporter play. They don't know how many people are in bats right now.
So they're trying to retrieve some of that information with the recon, but unfortunately it gets shot down. So I don't know, Tiamat, they're trying to make a play together as a team, but Big Scythe has certainly rotated over onto the A site just on time as well. Hawk will confirm that no one is in showers anymore, but now the Lear coming out is going to be execute. They fail to check the corner once more, and Crescent is able to pick up a double. Spots Liesel as well, and then the triple comes in thanks to a Hawk from her teammate Krolo. Big Scythe, big Crescents, and big wins. It's a standard start, but still a very lovely sight for our eyes. Crescents with the rifle.
Yeah, using the rifles to the best of their abilities. Orange just don't have the Blade Storm, like we were thinking earlier on, but she can buy full armor and a Spectre still. I mean, if that Vandal panned out for them on the attack side, that would have been fine. And if one of her teammates falls first, you can just switch on anyway. So I think this is okay. Getting that round 3 buy on that bonus round is also decent. A lot of teams have been doing that as well.
Not my favorite thing, but it's still okay. Spectre at close range will still be deadly if you run and gun against a rifle, perhaps, but whatever it is, they have to be careful because Krolo on the sky, her Hawks have actually been catching people square in the face. Lisa was full white in that situation, and because of that, she drops to the sprays. Now, 5 people, and they are still fully aware that there are players over by B long. They're continuing to aggress in this situation. A shock dart does hit Krolo, but she's still pretty much alive. Off the brakes for a second, but now the question is, will they still commit in towards the B site?
I'm not sure, and this is where we're starting to see Tiamat struggle. We were talking about their attacking side being difficult and
My ult's not ready.
not weaker, rather. And they're really finding it difficult to go in. Look, they lose one member. Now 4 of them are just sticking together. They're crab walking into A short.
30
And-
seconds left.
We talked about this right before this match. Like, losing one member shouldn't shake you up too much. But they do get the frag onto Presence, though, getting that headshot. I guess the crab walk does work. There's the rotate as well from the Jet, and they are going to get the spike down because of this wall.
Okay, it's working out pretty nicely for now. They do get the spike down, but they really have to nail this post plant. We do have Chidori, I believe, setting up for some interesting lineups. But still, Big Scythe are not backing down without a fight. Gwen, in fact, pushing in towards Bats, will be able to take Orange down. Comes back outside to take Mess With Ya down. 2 players remaining. Lazy Think plus Chidori. They try to make this work. Chidori actually able to take 2 more players down. Goes back in for the spray, but the spike is getting defused by Chase U. Lineups will not work if your players, your teammates fall to weapons. So Big Scythe have earned their victory yet again, 2-2 now.
It was expensive for them, but they really want the rounds, right? As long as they secure the rounds, all good for them. And Tiamat, they were able to get the spike down, but yet again, their post plans left a little bit much to be desired. Even though they even things out from that 1 kill onto Crescents onto a Heaven, they just couldn't seem to take control over the site. Every time they plant, they're scrambling out, they're getting caught, and Big Scythe are just taking advantage of that.
Yeah, even things like holding from baths, holding from, I guess, short, for whatever reason, they keep getting flushed out by players with utility or just pre-fired shots, and it really doesn't help them to post plant. But right now, Big Scythe, Big Gwen with a big rocket launcher, just looking to push them off. I mean, they have nothing but sheriffs, but they really want to hunt them down. They get pushed all the way into hookah right now, and it's going to be Crescents who does a bit of a fake teleport to force them to slow their pace down. Now, if we take a look at the mini-map, they're actually trying to set up for a bit of a pincer maneuver. Blocking off hookah slows them down even further. The rest of the team actually coming back around from market. If they catch them in this very moment, Tiamat will just fall apart. Orange will be the first one to drop, and all of a sudden, they start to hesitate. They cannot push out of hookah anymore. They come back around from the other side, and they meet Big Gwen's Vandal.
I like how whenever we see their name, I feel like I'm forced to read big. Yeah,
Yeah, I
exactly.
know.
It's like Big Crescents, Big Gwen. They're all, except for Chase U. I'll just say Chase U. But like, it's like Big Crescents, Big Gwen. It's like, it's just such a word that you're when you see it, you just want to read it. And I think Tiamat is the exact same thing, right? Every single round, they lose one member and they're like, okay, what do? And I think that doesn't really work out because you have to be decisive. Like, there will be casualties, and they have to accept that.
What do? Now they're going.
Oh, this is some big brain. Crescents was faking to teleport multiple times, and now she actually goes through.
That was a bit of an owl drone as well. She's hiding in that spot, but
Yep.
still,
I mean,
yeah. Kind of depends whether Tiamat actually push into it.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to set up for an A hit instead with 2 members in bats already. They're starting to gravitate towards A short with that spike.
But there are 3 players. I mean, Tiamat don't know this, but we know this. There are 3 players from Scythe on A site itself. So now they're getting met with a bit of resistance. The From the Shadows just confirms the information. Not to mention Frollo's Hawk getting a couple players blind as well. The execute does attempt to go through, but Gwen once more triple spray down. Crollo now just using the edge of the smoke to find the final two. And Tiamat.
Teabagging their own teammates.
That's Gwen. It seems like they're losing confidence. Tiamat's aggressiveness,
And look at
aggressive
Gwen.
pushes. It's
Look at Gwen, 11 kills already. Everyone else is at 4 or less, and she has
1
almost
point
triple
away.
that.
1 point away from an ultimate chase you as well. But well, Tiamat do have 4 ultimates at the ready.
No, that's
Fact
because they
orange
died
sleeves.
every.
Yeah.
They died quite a few rounds. So
Like
it's not like
this
it's not like Gwen's one. The 11 kills really giving her the 2 ultimates, and there's her ultimate up yet again through that teleporter. Immediately takes down Lazy Think, and it's looking really good for Big Side right now. They're playing so confidently. Crollo pushing out the smoke with a headshot as well. Gets a second before getting traded, but Hisoka is there to make it a 1-4-3. And it's all down to Orange right now with the Blade Storm by TM. With heavy armor and 5 blades up. But what can she do here?
I don't know. Stick him in the shiv and shiv him with the stick. But wow, look at this utility from the teammate just to ensure safe passage back onto site. They know that the spike is dropped over around Octagon, around the teleporter, and that is probably where Orange will head towards. Get spotted by the spy cam. And they can just rush her down. She's afraid, dude. Getting kind of stuck between Classic and her Blade Storm now, just I guess maybe looking for exit frags. You got 20 seconds remaining. You have the Blade Storm. You have no weapon to save. Only the ultimate. And at this point, Big, I mean, looking at how safe they're playing. She's able to find one, but not the second, and nor the third. Chase U will be able to take her down. It's 5v2 now. And again, it's the same issue with Tiamat's attacking side.
Yeah, I think like they're probably gonna go down a 9-3 hole here, I feel. And that's not good. And you saw there, I think I mentioned this before, the Blade Storm's biggest enemy is robots and tech. Because you see a boom bot, you see a camera,
You don't want to
see a
spend the
recorder.
knife.
No, you're not gonna spend a knife in those. And she has to switch to a classic, and because of that, it slows Jet down so much.
Tremendously. So despite having full buys again, they really need to make it count. But the way that they're currently approaching it, it doesn't inspire confidence. Back into Ratuka, there is a tripwire, but it's not too bad if they shoot it down. At the very least, the Cypher will figure out that there is a player over by Hookah. They go into check and clear, but they're not finding any opening picks. In fact, right now, they're kind of just giving up information for Big Scythe. If they can actually explode or do a full execute in towards A or just any site, it would be good. But they're having a tough time trying to do that.
And this 5-man rush yet again.
Oh.
Okay. Moses. Oh, she tags
Parting the Red
there?
Sea. Oh.
No, 2. Tags the third. So 3 of them are going to be low. There's a showstopper getting used as well. There's a shock dart finishing Orange off. There's a grenade coming out as well. That spike, it's just going to be stuck there. 20 seconds remaining. And they're going to have to be decisive here. They take the spike. But it's a bit too scary to plan right now. They're going to go for B.
No way you get to plan it, I think. She reaches, wait, she just might Liesel. Going in for it. That's at 3 seconds. Gets the plant down. Just by a hair. Okay. But she still has to deal with 3 players. 1 from Hookah, 2 from Spawn. She hears their footsteps. Has a bit of utility to work with as well. But unfortunately whiffs the spray. Big Scythe are going into this 6-2 now.
Shame. I love explosions.
It's gonna feel really good for them, and they're having such a good time right now. You can tell Tiamat is the one struggling. They're the ones that really can make it happen. And they've had ultimates up for about 2 rounds in a row already. That's alarming for me because you had the Hunter's Fury, I think, for a while. The Brimstone ult was also up the previous round. And I think you should be using those to get into the site because nothing's working, right? Throw all your ultimates.
Exactly.
Get 1 round, right?
It's just I don't know what's going on wrong for them. Right now their loss bonus is at an all-time high. They're full buying again, but some of them have light shields. Back into this, maybe they're just deciding at this point to just, all right, whatever, let's just Hail Mary in towards the B site. Orange is trying to maybe make some noise, bait a peek, get an opening pick, while the remainder of the squad find an approach in from Octagon. It's getting slowed down because of the dark cover, unfortunately. We do see Krollo running away from the Owl drone. It does get tagged, though, but at this point, they've slowed things down by so much to the point that 2 more players from A have already rotated onto the B side. So they're looking at a 5v4. Well, 4v4 because Reyna or Lazy Think is on A itself. Oh no, that's worse. There he comes. They push in. Trades happen all left and right. Mess with this. Able to find 2 though, which is not too bad. But they still got to deal with Krollo from elbow. Actually taking him down. Even better. Rez comes in. 5v2.
30 seconds
And they've
left.
yet to plant the spike. Feeling a little bit nervous. They know that there might be a bit of aggression coming in from spawn. Unfortunately, it's going to be Chidori who drops and the spike gets dropped. This is the worst thing that you want to have happen. They're just going in for the full fire fight, but when they least expect it, Mess With Ya comes in from elbow to take 2 of them down. A little bit scuffed on both sides, but you have to question Tiamat's decision making. But at the very least, they've won 1 round after losing 6 in a row.
I'm gonna say that I don't think Chidori realized she had a spike there, because you're not gonna peek like that. There's no reason for you to do so. If they are on spawn, you're just gonna plant. It's just gonna be a straight up plant. All 5 members were up as well, so they just needed to secure the planter. And peeking like that almost made it dicey for them. Thankfully, Meswoodya was on the flank on that elbow there, did not wait for shots, took the 2 down in 1 swift motion.
Yeah. Thankfully. if Chase You and Crescents were allowed to kill everyone else, that would be her most horrendous round. But well, it still is 3-6, and we're back into another attacking side from Tiamat, and they are still being very cautious, very slow about their approach. Going in to clear out Hookah carefully with the Owl drone now. But Big Scythe already received that information. The Dark Harbor goes in, and they blocked it out completely. Lazy Think, though, will be able to find a pick in towards A, and that might just be the thing that they were looking for this whole time. But what she doesn't expect is Chase You coming in from U-Haul with a headshot. 4v4, and they want to make the A hit happen. They need to go in now.
And then ultimate is not going to hit anyone. No one's cutting Hookah. Great defensive positions here by Big Side. Letting them into the side first before mounting a full retake. Those shock darts are really deadly. Nice Liesel a bit, gets her off the spike, but in the end still is able to put the spike down. This retake is going to be difficult. That wall is going to go up. There's the flash onto U-Hauls. Trying to get in. There's the Owl drone as well. They're not finding the kills just yet, and they are playing this post-plant pretty well. There's the flash coming up as well. Flashes a few, but they're going to get tagged by the Hunter's Fury. Being used from all the way out. Chidori, this may be too early though, but they're actually getting the kills. As long as they get the kills, it's fine. It's all down to Chase You right now. She's the one doing the chasing, but she's the one that's going to get taken down by the Jumping Classic. And Tiamat showing signs of life right now.
That's a classic.
Yeah, that's definitely a classic.
Jumping right click from Orange. This is what Tiamat has been looking for the past 8 rounds now, ever since they won the first 2 at the start. I mean, they need to repeat the same thing. I mean, it's not just the opening picks, right? But Maybe Lazy Think got the first one, which told them, okay, this side is weaker, let's go in now. But she did drop to Shadori, who came out from U-Haul. Afterwards, the thing that really nailed it down for them was the Sky Smokes, was the execution from the rest of the team. The orbital strike as well. They need to do the same thing, but they are just not. I mean, it's back to a default again, 2-1-2 split all across the board. And the pace is back to, you know, if there was a movement value, it would be a number 0 or like 10 out of 100.
Yeah, but is it just me, or has Lazy Think not used her ultimate yet this entire map?
Well, it is Empress. Maybe
think
she doesn't like it.
Yeah, I could see where some people aren't used to it, but it kind of helps quite a bit, especially if you're doing close range. But Gwen, with the Spectre, close range is where she wants to excel. Getting a double headshot with that Spectre, already being able to upgrade to a Vandal. It's gonna be an A execute for Tiamat, but they're gonna find this difficult. There's the utilities coming out. There's actually 3 members defending this A side.
Oh no, they're trying to fake. Sky Smokes in and they quickly
30
rush
seconds
over
left.
into a Tuka. But the thing is, after about like 5-10 seconds, and the Trailblazer confirms this, we're seeing the rotations from Big Side. Hisoka's already waiting for this, and she's gearing up to go. Using her cyber case to sneak up around the sides. They see this and they're fully aware that this could be dangerous.
Oh, the plan is denied.
But there it is. Plan denied, and they
remaining.
basically secured themselves the round. I mean, even if they didn't get the kills, time was running out.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, they entered Cypher's domain, and her trap, Hisoka with a triple kill there. Great hold by her. And Big Scythe already on a commanding 7-4 lead. I mean, they lost 2 rounds still, but, you know, going into the second half, 8-4 is going to be really good for them if they win this round.
If they win this round. I think Big Scythe, even if it isn't an 8-4, they're looking a little bit better than Tiamat. Just because Tiamat are so hesitant about their attack side. This time, though, maybe a little bit more confident. It is the last round of the first half after all, so just a quick B split might be able to stop Big Scythe in their tracks, maybe turning this into a 7-5. Cyber Cage still goes up though, but I don't know if this trap card is one that is hidden well enough. We do have Morris with the knife already rushing in. A bit of a recon, but we're going to get a lot of information. In fact, it's taken down 2 players with the Hunter's Fury. A shotgun will catch Hisoka though, but it's all up to mess with you now. 1v3 and a spike hasn't been planted. In fact, every single player pretty much dead. They kind of know where she is as well, and they're looking for her with the shock dart. Still just able to stay alive, barely outside of the range from the shock dart, but as soon as she pushes out of the dark cover, will drop to
Switching
Crescent.
sides.
Don't know why she didn't shoot the boombot after getting the initial kill.
I think she wanted to rush out and explode, try to go for a second. Sometimes you think about those shock factor things, catch them off guard, maybe get a second before having to confront the boombot, but by then it was too late.
Yeah. Good effort, but I mean they made it a little bit more decisive, but unfortunately they lost out to these duels perhaps.
Yeah, they definitely need to start winning the duels. They need to do better on this defending side, though. Big Scythe also not the best attacking team, but they did perform better than Tiamat in the previous map. And this is their map pick.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is their map pick. They lose this, and there's a chance that it's going to turn into 3-0. But to start things off on defense, where they do feel a lot more comfortable, an instant headshot from Lazy Think will start things off. Certainly slows things down from Big Scythe as well, and they are thinking twice about heading in towards A.
Slowly rotating towards B instead, and it looks like there's going to be an early 1 rotation from the side of Tiamat, and if they stay here, it's going to be a good read from them.
They certainly are not moving. It's 4 players though, and I'm wondering whether the Omen actually still has her paranoia. Krolo will send a guiding light out. They hear all the footsteps and mess with you at the right time, just peeks out, takes 1 player down. Krolo with the 2 kills though, evens things out.
Back in towards the 3v3 now. 1 from elbow, 2 from spawn.
Here.
And it is not impossible for Tiamat to retake. But just as quick, they've already retreated into post-plant position over from Octagon. Scythe though is actually able to take out 1, and then the wall comes up. It separates Crescent from the site, and they will be able to get the spike down towards halfway and basically stick it all full. Mess with ya, the MVP of this round, with her pistol as well as the wall. She also walks away with a triple kill.
Yeah, it was a great hold by them. She was really messing with them in that elbow. Didn't budge. Went in and out of the smoke, made them really panic. And Crollo, she knew that someone was around that area. She heard the cyber cage get tripped twice, and she reloaded in front of her. So that was really weird for me. She didn't get punished that hard for that though, but the post plan left much bit to be desired there. 3 people at Octagon, not really the best positioning. I think at least someone should have been in hookahs or a different angle.
Octagon, maybe if you have like some kind of post-plant lineup, but regardless, they are on upgraded pistols and they need to find a way into her site. It's gonna get denied though ultimately. Lazy Think with the Marshal right now. She's feeling very comfortable, especially on defense. Finding all of these comfortable angles, comfortable duels. Goes back in for the peek and finds yet another player. Mess with you gets another one around hookah as well. And right now all that's left is Crollo right underneath this wall. Yeah, you just get pushed out. It's 8-6. It's a standard start. Tiamat with the 2 at the end. At the start of the second half. Let's see if Big Scythe can do anything with their full bias. I mean, both sides, the attacking side seems a little bit tough, or maybe it's just that they're both really good at defense.
I'm not sure what it is exactly, but Big Scythe also started with a 4-8 deficit in the first map, and they won the first 2, and they basically were able to take the map off that hot start on the defending side. Let's see if Tiamat can actually do this against these rifles. All right, it's a 2-for-2 right now. Okay, now it's a 3-for-2. Great gambit by Tiamat there, though, really pushing out 3 members from bats, but the side is now wide open there to be able to take this plan.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a great gambit. 2 players remaining and you don't have the best weaponry. You're going up against rifles. How do you retake this? They're going to clear out U-Haul, but a little bit too slow. Allows for the Big Scythe players to come back in and re-aggress. Crescents getting vengeance for a fallen teammate. Now it's 9-6. And just go even further, but we can count on the fact that Tiamat will be able to full buy back into this round.
Yeah, this is the most important round, right? We saw this in the previous map. This round actually went to the side of the Big Scythe then. They were the ones down 6-9, but they got this round. This was the deciding round for them, and they pretty much took control over the game from here. And if Big Scythe win this round right now, they're going to be able to run away from Tiamat and extend their lead even more.
Momentum all the way, and that's what we're looking at. A bit of a trade of recons. Just confirms players around the edge of A. In fact, take a look at your minimap. You do have Tiamat sending Lazy Think all the way past Fountain. She's going to face a couple of tripwires, though. The main thing is, will Big Scythe actually be able to pull off an execute on towards A? They're going to clear out baths, which is good. But now they need to smoke and time the execute carefully.
Yeah, the cabbages are ready to be deployed, so they might be deployed before they execute this.
Here.
You could see her already prepping.
I've got your trail.
All right, there's the Seekers coming out. There's the execute. This is a great starting execute for Big Scythe. They're starting to get into the site. There's the cyber cage as well, but Orange gets a headshot through the smokes there. I think someone was tagged, but Chidori gets taken down by Gwen. Even things out. The spike has been big planted multiple times, but now it finally goes down. Trades left and right, and it's 3 versus 2 right now for Big Scythe with Hisoka really low. Lazy Think with the flank onto bats. That long flank finally paying off for her. There's the rest coming out. Crollo has to fight this 2v1, but gets sprayed by the Empress Lazy Think.
The Empress, the Queen, on her big journey all the way from B, all the way in towards Long, back into the teleporter, comes back into bats. and finally takes out a couple more players. It's going to be another win for Tiamat, and this is where they stop Big Scythe's momentum, who are now on Sheriffs. Very, very nice approach. I mean, the execute looked, I guess, kind of good, but the thing is, they didn't have proper or full control over the site. You know, you smoke off the side of truck and maybe around the Radianite crates, which does kind of cut the side in half, but you have to consider the fact that there is a Sova player to contend with. If she shoots a recon past those smokes, your position will still be revealed, and they can shoot through those smokes. So you have to be careful. And right now, wow. Even going to B is a bit of a tough decision. The wall is immediately erected, and the Trailblazer will not be able to pass through. They managed to knife away one panel, but it's I don't think it's that useful.
And it's difficult to get in here because you're actually going to be faced with a judge, Orange, on that nasty weapon with the wall as well, being able to retreat in and out. But that nade is going to flush her out. He's going to have to jump away from that, but she's still going to be able to stick here. There's a slow from her teammate as well. Oh, she gets tagged by the recon bolt. Gets flashed by the paranoia. Flashed by the hog as well. But there's a counter flash. Orange takes 2 down before getting taken down by Crescents, but Lazy Think from the spawn here. Oh. All right, that's where we see the molly being useful. She didn't see that because of the smoke too.
Amazing. You love that. Molly into the smoke, and players just don't expect it, and unsuspecting summon 1G. 9-8 right now, and Tiamat, again, it's the same thing, same-ish thing from the previous round, previous map, sorry. It's the defensive side for these teams are either really strong or the attacking is really weak.
Yeah, for Big Scythe, they need to really re-strategize here. I'm surprised there hasn't been any timeouts called yet.
I mean, they look a little bit more decisive than Tiamat because they're not just, you know, slowly back and forth looking for an opening pick, and then if someone drops, they completely drop their plans. But their executes are not clean. All right, they try to go in with the smokes, they try to use their utility, but they are not able to take down the players from Tiamat. So right now, you know, you got this judge that you gotta deal with. It's another off angle. She's not even blind. You send your spike player in first. That's just asking for trouble.
Yeah, and this judge is really becoming lethal. For the side of Big Scythe, Orange is gonna be hiding here. Oh, she's gonna get detected by the dart, and that judge is gonna be ready. That's gonna be a flawless round for Tiamat to equalize things.
Wow, flawless victory on a round that Big Scythe had, you know, full buys, full weapons as well. This is a big problem now, and at a 9-9, yeah, good call for the timeout from Gwen. You have to think about how things are falling apart quickly whenever they try to go in, and I think one of the reasons is you have to work against Tiamat's information gathering agents. I mean, they've got the smokes. You try to push past them. Sending the player with the spike first things first is not the right way to go. Second of all, they haven't been fully blind. I mean, we're not seeing a lot of paranoia action. We're seeing some hawks, but it's not catching them very effectively, I suppose.
Yeah, I think they should be going in with either the Boomwat, the Hawks. They should clear hookah. Send 3 long, 2 hookah, clear hookah with the Boombot plus Hawk combo. Get in, be able to flush into B side. On A, they could also do that by throwing a Boombot into Bats or maybe U-Haul, and then clear the other side with 2 to 3 players as well. And it's just not happening. Like,
It's really not.
they had it with the executes. They did it with the seekers, but this previous round, I think they just couldn't get anything working. They do have 5 ultimates up yet again, though, on Big Side, so they should use this to turn things around again.
They should. I mean, see, that's the thing. I mean, you've got shock darts, you've got paint shells from the Rays. If you chuck them into certain corners or areas where you can expect Tiamat's players to be hiding in, you should be able to flush them out of position to maybe find an opening pick, but it's not working out so far. In fact, we don't really see him doing anything of that sort. Right now, it's just 4 players in towards showers,
Ooh.
just around the edge of that incendiary. Crescents will, I guess, not burn, but she certainly feels the heat. Watching Tiamat hold this, it's very disciplined. All the way at the back of sight.
Oh,
Just
Orange
banking
got
on the
tagged.
long-range duels. Through the wall as well. Another shock dart, and this certainly slows things down. They want to kind of flush him out of position, though. That's why the Hawk is being sent out. But Hisoka right now, this will be a nice opening pick. Neuro Theft gets all the information that they need, plus the weapon upgrade. Still, though, Chidori, as sharp as an arrow, is able to take one more player down. Another one as well, coming in from another teammate. 4v2, and they're holding only from Hookah. Gwen might have her showstopper, but with only a sheriff in hand, I don't know if this is the best round to deploy it. They're coming back in to try and stop this, but regardless, the duels will be lost because of the firepower from Tiamat. It is a tough day for the attacking side of these two teams.
Yeah, they're able to get into the site off that opening crack from Hisoka, but the post plant again, they were still funneling into the site. They didn't really smoke out heaven. They didn't really clear it out, and I think that was the biggest issue there because Chidori was able to take 2 kills from big Scythe. And I think that smoke is really important because you block off one angle. Right? I mean, they can still pop out of it, but at the very least, they're not going to be weaving in and out and just tapping you, which is what Chidori did.
See, this is coming back to a little bit about agent composition, because if they had a Sage, they could have, did that corner wall from showers, maybe on the other side. With Omen, you only have 2 smokes. A Cypher's Cyber Cage, unless you have lineups or some kind of specific way to toss them, they won't be able to reach so far. So you really need to bank on that vision obscuring in order to block Tiamat off from contesting you for control over the site. Right now, they're just going for blind aggression, a couple of pot shots in from Hookah to kind of maybe bait out some kind of peek, trade some kind of information between them and Tiamat, but Tiamat are reading this perfectly. I mean, look at the rotations. They're already back on towards A. So both teams right now just kind of spread evenly all across the board, and Liesel is banking on the fact that if she hears a planting sound in towards A, the orbital strike will come out, but it's actually being sent towards B. Spots the person scoped in as well, and that's Orange with the operator. Comes back in around the side, slow orb right underneath outside of Hookah, so she cannot jump out. Still going to go in for it though. Crescent's smoking off elbow. They need to continue watching that angle. Seekers will give a bit of extra information away, but Orbital Strike forces her towards the back of the site now. Is this safe enough to go in for the plant? That is the question. Tries to go in for again, but then the Hunter's Fury comes out. A counter one in from Chase U, but it's still not going to be enough. 5 seconds left at this point, and the spike has been dropped. No chance in hell that they get it planted. In fact, Orange with another headshot with the Blade Storm from underneath Hookah is just skillful. Hisoka will not be able to do anything, and 9-11. So almost the same thing from the previous map now, and Tiamat are stealing this game away. I mean, 5 rounds in a row, Marquis.
Yeah, 5 rounds in a row, and attacking side yet again for big side. They're the ones struggling right now. On their map pick, no less. I don't know what they can do.
What is going on? Anytime they try to push in, anytime they try to get the spike planted, either they get contested completely, like this, operator still, or they get the spike down and they're unable to nail it post plant. So right now, just baiting out this wall, they take it down completely, but then the sky smokes come in. Off of this, I think they're gonna rotate back, and then it's just a switch in positions. Into Hookah, 2 more from B long, but it's just that Tiamat are reading this very well. I sense another sky smoke going in towards Octagon as someone makes a peep Lazy Think as well right now, just jumping out to get that early bit of information. Spotted someone, and that's Gwen in from Hookah. Paint shells, though, could be good. She can showstopper onto Scythe. She might be able to catch someone off guard, but Lazy Think already hiding inside the tuna can. She's going to get taken out, though, back in towards the 4v4. And they will be looking to get the spike down.
Spike planted.
It's been blocked off. They don't have a wall or anything, so they're just going to have to face check this. Thankfully, with a double peek, they will be able to take Mess With You down. Liesel comes back in case they don't expect it, but we already have 2 players watching the same angle. Paranoia comes in right now, and Crescent will chase her down. Still, though, 2 players coming in from spawn. That's Chase You, Shidori, as well as Orange. 2 out of the 10 have to pick up the automatic weapon, but they walk straight into Crescent's line of sight, line of fire, and allows her to pick up a quick quadra kill. 11-10 now. A big Scythe just bringing this back in by 1 round.
Yeah, that double headshot here from Crescent's just really finally brought a round back to their side. Economy still pretty good for Tiamat though, and even on the side of Big Scythe, they won that round, but they only had 1 member remaining, so Chase You is gonna have to settle with the Spectre. They need those decisive pushes. They finally dealt with the Sage hiding in that elbow all this time. Okay, there's the op shot. Being baited out by the flash. Finally flushes Orange out. And I think Big Scythe are starting to do really well for themselves here. Yeah, like using these flashes, using these utilities. This is smart. And if they can get kills off of these, pushing them off the angles, that's really what's going to make the rounds for them. And Hisoka with the double tag onto Chidori there has to take out yet another dart. So annoying, but this is exactly what she needs, because she needs some presence on the opposite side of the map so that the rest of her team can go into the site safely.
Still, though, Tiamat are just reading this pretty darn well. Orange already rotating back in to watch Hookah. And that operator is a very, very scary tool to contend against. Right now, she's been allowed, Hisoka at least, in towards Baths, but unable to connect the shots. She eats a shock dart down to 56 HP, but her team is already underway and they're looking to execute in towards A. They've baited some rotations out, but they're back in towards positions already. Tiamat, I mean, look at Orange watching this angle. We'll be able to take Chase You down now, looking for even more, but it's the spike that does get planted, which is pretty nice. Going in, they might be able to control U-Haul for a while. A couple more players from around short, but that's the molly that you were talking about at the start of the game, Marquis. It does block this out for a little. Still, though, they're hiding on the other side, and here comes the Hawk. They go back in for the reaggression, but Lazy Think just holds left click, takes down 2 players. She's looking to push in off of this. Crescent shuts it down, but now she's doing 4 more. Cannot do it, and Tiamat earn themselves match point.
Yeah, Big Scythe.
Match point.
I actually thought they had a bit more control over the B side than the A side because of the smokes. Again, that heaven being open, it's the exact same player dying as well. Chase You gets taken down by that operator. This time around, it was Orange and not Chidori taking her down, but that not having a smoke to cover heaven has proved to just give up members on Big Scythe. It's just free deaths, and having that smoke just really protects your players so much, and I think they really need to make sure that they have that smoke for safe entry into the site.
That's kind of the issue that they're facing. They keep trying, but without this site control, map control, no smokes, nothing to flush players out of position. You're just walking into a heavily fortified zone. And right now, they're trying to do the same thing. Blast packs in, the smoke. It's a bit of an odd one. Does kind of split the side in half, but whatever it is, it slowed things down enough. In fact, the rotations this time was just a little bit slow from Tiamat, so they are able to get the spike down. But can they actually hold this post plant? Tiamat setting this up for the retake. They go in with 1 Leer, buys a little bit of time, but they just aggressively the crosshair. Lazy Think is able to take 1, but immediately gets traded. Now there's a big firefight on the other side of Truck as well, and it's one that favors Tiamat somewhat. 2v2. And the other 2 players from Big Scythe are all the way over in from U-Haul because of Big Crescents plus Corollo, though. They spray things down and they actually take 1 round back. A glimmer of hope, 11-12, but they need 1 more just to push this into overtime.
Yeah, Crescent's really coming up big in these rounds. She's the one in both wins in this last part of the second half. It was Crescent's really showing up, and you can see 20 kills on the scoreboard for her. Crollo, I think I expected a bit more firepower from her. Does have 13 assists, but they really need to convert those kills to ensure that the rest of the team stays alive. Hisoka also coming up big there with the Spectre, was able to trade a 2-for-1, and now big Scythe. They need to win this round to go into overtime.
They do it though, changing things up. They're not going in for any heavy execution anymore, just back and forth. But right now, Tiamats are the ones switching things up. They sent 2 players in and outside of showers, taking Hisoka down. No more Cypher, no more 2 cyber cages, no more spy cam. It's 4v5, and I think they've lost a bit of confidence, taking the long way. I mean, not through market anymore, just through this tunnel in towards the back of towards A.
They don't want to give information, but they also don't have information themselves, so I'm not sure how they're gonna pull this off because some of them are inspectors here.
Well, they certainly spend a bit of spend a bit of utility in towards showers to ensure that it's clear. But now, pushing in towards U-Haul, it's Lazy Think's domain, and she takes Gwen out. 2v5 now. Crollo thankfully swings things back just by a bit, but the Hunter's Fury is still scary to deal with. Mess with ya, taking another one down in towards showers. The Seekers come out, but he needs to be careful about this. Goes in for the spray, and unfortunately, will not be able to connect on towards Liesel.
She was so
Just
close.
like that, man. Oh my god. Really PTSD. This is so
It's the exact
traumatizing.
same scenario. Just one last kill could have made a difference for them there. But fortunately, this time around, it's not the last game in a best of 5. They're still going 1-1. And it's really close. Again, we mentioned that both teams will likely be coming at each other neck and neck. And they're just a bit too similar in skill level. I think both their attacking sides leave much to be desired. And they really need to get those executes down to pet. But right now, it looks like we're going to go in for a tie game, and the rest of the 3 maps is pretty much going to be it's going to reset, and now it's just who's going to win this next best of 3.
Yeah, way similar, but I think I'm not sure if this is a good thing, but I should point out that the last time that they played together in the upper brackets on this map itself, it was 13-11 in favor of Big Scythe. They actually started on the exact same sides. This time around, it's just that Big Scythe were not able to follow up on any of the executes or any of the attempts at pushing onto a site that they kind of fell apart. I mean, uh, it's really unfortunate. Crollo again, though, just not able to, I guess, get the final one. So they lose this map, but again, well, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's 1-1 right now, and we have about 3 more maps to go with.
Yep. And for both teams, they really need to get their minds out of this rut on the attacking side. They need to be a bit more decisive. We've seen both teams, when they're decisive, that's when they can actually get into the side, get those kills. They have the firepower for it, but they just don't seem to have the confidence to go in.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just confidence too, though, because the question is, like, how do you actually execute safely onto a site? Like, I'm no pro player. Again, Bind is one of those maps that it can be really difficult to execute onto, just because it kind of does favor defenders in terms of rotations. I mean, first of all, yeah, attackers, they do have teleporter, but it makes a very loud sound. But defenders, in from spawn, unless you're at, I guess, heaven or elbow, you can make it your way from A to B in about a matter of 5-10 seconds, and in and out of the teleporter, it's very close, very close. So maybe it's the smokes, maybe it's the utility that they spent. Perhaps they just needed to have some kind of a combination of utilities to flush people out of locations and really take players down to find that opening pick. I mean, opening picks don't just come in the form of, jiggle peeking and trying to bait an opposing peak, but Unfortunately for them, both sides really just kept trying to throw things at the fridge to see what sticks, but nothing stuck.
Yeah, nothing stuck, and we're gonna have to see what both teams will bring to the table in the next few games.
Yeah, next game, again, it's a best of 5, and they are really fighting for that spot in FSL Elite. So, third map will be Icebox. So, I don't know. I mean, do you have any preemptive thoughts about Icebox, just real quick?
Not really. I mean, Icebox is even worse when it comes to attacking if you're not ready. So we'll have to see which team can actually break through the defenses here. We've seen 10-2s on Icebox because attacking teams are not ready.
Yeah, it certainly could happen, but whatever it is, these two teams really need to prepare for it, and that's why we are going to go for just a really quick break, and after this, we'll be right back. It's Big Scythe versus Tiamat on map number 3, Icebox.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine.
We'd like to thank Intel for believing in us and supporting women in the gaming community. The new core and graphics architectures of the 11th gen Intel Core processors elevate laptop and desktop gaming performance for all types of gamers, from the overclockable K processor line for desktops to the U processor line with integrated graphics. Intel has a product for the hardcore PC gamer and streamer, as well as the gamer on the go.
And welcome back again. This is the VCT Game Changer Southeast Asia FSL Open Overtime. That's a mouthful. We are your casters. Hey, I'm Quack, and this is Key. It's map number 3 of Big Scythe versus Tiamat. And right now, I mean, earlier on it was Bind. Earlier on it was Ascent. We had 13-11, 13, wait, 10, 13-9. But wait. Yeah, it was 13-11 on Bind. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
And then now it's gonna be Icebox. And this one is something that I really don't know, because Tiamat, again, like I mentioned earlier on when I was casting with Omo, we don't really have that much data about Tiamat playing on Icebox. On the other hand, Big Scythe, not that much information as well, but they did play this map against Arakat Aresta, on which they lost 13-5.
Yeah, so it's definitely not the map that they're the best in, but this is Big Side's map pick, so that's gonna be pretty interesting because they're gonna be the ones starting an attack. Like, you choose Icebox, you have to start an attack. Actually, I'm starting to think that there might be some mind games here. Maybe the maps that you pick are the maps that you want to start attack on, right? Because most of the teams will be starting on defense. Like, if you're starting to think about map drafts, you're gonna have to start to think about that if you played FSL for quite long, because most teams here have started on defense. Like, that's like a 3D chess move, but you choose the maps where you want to start attack.
3D, 4D chess? You're kind of playing with the turns, the tempo a little, something along those lines, but
Yeah.
maybe. Whatever the case is, I'm not sure if Big Scythe, it really comes back to like how they kind of perform on attack, because so far that's kind of the issue that we've identified between these two teams. They really tend to struggle on getting some rounds on the attacking side, and Big Scythe right now, I mean, past statistics show that, you know, at least against Arakat Aresta, that was the map that they went into the second half with a score of 10-2. Big Scythe only won 2 rounds on attack, and that's very unfortunate. But against Tiamat, it could be completely different. We don't really know, but I don't know. We'll have to see how they actually approach this. The way that they've been playing so far, again, they look a little bit more confident.
Yes.
They look a little bit more decisive than Tiamat, to say the least. Really least, because both sides really still about the same in terms of attacking power. But when they come down to it, they still smoke off specific areas. The only thing is that it's tough for them to actually fight and struggle for control over the site itself, because on a map at least like Bind, Ascent was really different, because you get rotations take a while. It's a very, I guess, kind of wide open map. On Bind, rotations between A and B can take about maybe, you know, less than 5 to 7-10 seconds, around that time. And I think Tiamat, really on the defensive side, they were just able to read the situation pretty effectively. They rotated over on time. As soon as the smokes or any Leers or even the Hawks or Seekers came out, they knew exactly how to deal with that. You often see Lazy Think hiding over by U-Haul, and she had the perfect angles, Leers at the right time as well. And whatever Big Scythe tried to do, anytime they tried to push in, you know, they might have the smokes, they might have a bit of utility in, but
they weren't able to take any players from Tiamat down, and they still tried to go in for the spike plant, and that's when they really start to fall apart. Players start dying, dropping like flies, and they lose a
Exactly.
round.
And
Yeah.
I think for Bind, you mentioned it, the rotations are a bit faster, so it's a bit more forgiving for defenders as well. Once you hear something on one side, it's so much easier to rotate in, as opposed to Icebox, where the rotations are a bit longer, but also at the same time, you can punish attackers for taking too long because you can start taking map control and start getting those like flanks and pickoffs on Icebox. So we'll have to see who will reign supreme here on Icebox, because it's a very big map and it's a bit different from the maps that we've seen thus far. I think Breeze is the only map that's arguably wider and even bigger than Icebox. So who's gonna come up on top of Icebox? I mean, it's all about the long range guns, right? It's all about the executes as well. And I think for both teams, they might benefit from just trying to hold W and see what it nets them, because aggression, really, that's what's lacking. The decisiveness, the confidence to go in and really to just full send it.
Yeah, they really need more aggression, more firepower. I mean, full send is one thing, but they also need to actually get the frags, get the kills, the duels to stop the opposing team from being able to get onto side on time. And Bind is just one of those maps that, unfortunately, it won't work that way just because of how it's laid out. Rotations are really easy. The sites themselves are kind of, I guess, small, so it's not that difficult for the defenders to defend it that way. But on Icebox, completely different. I mean, A might be a little bit smaller, and closed. Really, is what I was looking for. B is a lot more open, but I think this is where agent compositions are really, really crucial, and I can foresee Sage being a crucial pick as well for both teams.
Yeah, and let's just see whether there's something new, something creative comes in. I want to see. We'll see Vipers for sure, but will we see
Probably.
Astras? Will we see KOs? Will we see maybe a double duelist, triple Sentinel setup? I'm not sure.
I don't think any other team other than Alter Ego Celeste will go for that triple Sentinel. But for these two teams, so far they've been going with pretty much standard picks. It's always the default, I guess maybe if you want to call it the NA comp. You got two duelists, one initiator, one controller, one sentinel, and that's about it. And it comes down to which one you really pick. I mean, even picking a duelist can be a huge difference because Raze has a different kit from Jet, just to throw out an example. But I want to see interesting things. The last time that Araket Aresta Big Scythe played against Araket Aresta, Big Scythe were the ones trying something interesting-ish, even though they did lose, but it's still fun to see it, right? They had the Viper on CC or Bella Heartfire. She has a different name right now in
Yeah,
the
it's
game.
Krollo.
But Krollo, is that? Was it Krollo?
Sorry, no, Hisoka, the other Hunter
Hisoka,
villain.
that's right.
Yes.
Hisoka, that's it. Hunter x Hunter villain. Yeah, so she was playing Hisoka or CC or Bella Heartfire, Indonesian VCT caster. She was playing Viper the last time on Icebox. Her teammate Crescent's Forever Omen.
Yeah.
So they had an interesting double controller, but I guess it didn't really pan out the way that they'd hoped.
Yeah, I mean, it's really about execution. Araket Aresta were sharper yesterday. I mean, it came down to the wire, right? 13-11 in the last map, but Araket Aresta really showing that why they're deserving of that number 4 spot in the leaderboards and why they're deserving of that FSL lead spot. On the other hand, Big Scythe, I still think that they're the better team against Tiamat. It just didn't pan out for Bind, but like I mentioned, it's one of those this is one of those matchups where one round can just swing the difference. Like if they had an extra round, it'll be overtime. If they had 2 extra rounds, it would have been a win. It was that close. And if they just pulled out the stops, and if Krollo got the skewer in that last round and got sent to overtime, they might have won. I mean, it's definitely a heartbreaker, and it's heartbreaking that it's the exact same player from yesterday. But it's not her fault. Like, she was put in that situation anyway, right? That's completely not her fault. And 1v2s, of course, are still hard to win. But they can. They are capable of winning these rounds, and they just need to make sure that they get the opening frags, they execute well, they get the frags that they need to open things up on attack.
I have to agree. Both sides are really confident and capable of taking these wins, and that's why the games even go to that extent of 13-11 in the first place. Um, I still think though that yeah, the attacking side really needs more. It's a very lackluster right now, and it comes down to if your opponents are playing really defensively, really disciplined, not going for any aggressive peaks, hiding in corners, not giving up their positions, you can use your utility to bait them out. Use your paint shells or something in towards corners, and who knows, you might just catch someone. But we don't really see any of that. I think they're kind of lacking something in that aspect, and that's something that you can again study from other teams that are playing in FSL. I mean, um, we keep on saying Alter Ego Celeste, but
Yeah,
they're
I
not the
was
only team.
I was gonna mention they have this, they're confident, right? That they sometimes they have a Yumi plus or Inari just hopping into the side. I mean, but we're gonna see Agent
Raise
Select in
Jet.
right now, and we are going to see whether there's something gonna be different here. But like you mentioned, being able to get into the site, using the cloud burst and dashing into it, having your teammates back you up, that's what's lacking here. That's what I don't see here. They keep going for these one-on-one duels, which I don't think is necessarily the best way, because you have to go for trades, right? When we watch Alter Ego Celeste, what we always talk about is
Oh
someone is
yes.
always backing them up. No one dies for free, for the most part. And like if you dash in, even if you take down the jet, their teammate takes you down, and that opens up the site. You want that as an attacker. You want to be able to get those trades because you are bound to lose someone. There's no perfect execute. You're not gonna storm into site 5v2 every single time and not lose anyone. So you have to just make sure that when you lose someone, you make them lose another player as well, and just make those trades work. Go in, get get that
Choose your
entry at the
agent.
very least. You clear out the defender, you put the spike down, you put the onus on the defenders. That's how you attack. And that's what's really lacking for these two teams. And I want to see both Jets and their teammates, of course, support the Jets in being able to do this.
Totally. I mean, that's kind of what we keep thinking of, what we keep trying to mention. But at the end of the day, I mean, I think it's just we're theory crafting. We're not really sure what goes down at the end of the day. The way that they're playing, they're certainly trying and giving it their all. Swarming the site, it just doesn't seem like the answer that they're looking for. So they need to change something in that formula, truly. You can't just keep going for the same methods of, drop in smokes, running onto site, trying to find whatever you can. Like you mentioned, Key, maybe it's something to do with the way they actually take the fights and position themselves. Maybe instead of having all 4 or 5 players swarm in, maybe go in some kind of a sequence, perhaps. I'm not too sure. Again, not really a full-on pro, but right now it's going to be Icebox regardless. This is the third map, and whoever wins this best of 5 series will earn themselves a slot in FSL Elite. This is the final one that we're giving out for this FSL Open Overtime, and we have Big Scythe. This is their map pick, hence they're starting out on attack. So here we go. Already 3 players looking to push in towards mid. Toxic Screen coming to block off screens. Might be a bit counterintuitive, but they certainly look like they have some kind of a setup, and this Recon Bolt allows them to take the kill on towards Lazy Think. All that they have to deal with now is Shidori hiding under Raptors, and this is what we're looking for. They get these 2 kills basically for free. It's not even a trade. Spike will go down now. They take Orange down as well from mid. That's even better.
Just holding W really helped out. Meswodia is gonna get taken low, but she does take Gwen down. 3v2 right now. Actually, this is still doable for Tiamat, but they are chunked down quite a bit. Hisoka is ready here to catch the push. Meswodia is gonna trade, but Frollo definitely, she's angry. She's mad.
Yeah, shit. The Ruined King, and yeah, she dashes in, firing shots into your opponent's corpse. It's a nice, I guess, sort of execute. I mean, we saw
Not sure if it was a lineup or not, but it seemed like it. The recon ball landing right on top of Lazy Think, and the way that they timed the push even. Lazy Think looked up at the wrong moment, which allowed for, I guess, Crowell and the rest of her team to get the easy frag. And now that they have the firepower, they can relax a little bit, just rush full send on towards the A site with their Spectre.
She missed the jump.
Hopefully nobody's holding the off angles, but yeah. Little things, it's still not the end of the world. They get to walk onto site, but they need to be careful.
She got spotted there.
Oh my god.
Ooh, she tags like 2 of them down with just that spray, and I think that's gonna be really good. If they can over the side, this is exactly what they need, right? The whole W, don't give them too much respect. You have the bigger guns here, and that's exactly what they need. They're getting the kills left and right now. There's a Paranoia coming out with the kill as well, and looks like it's about to be a flawless round for them. Oh no, as I say that, the shorty tags her down, but still 4 members still alive coming to the start. And you know, Big Scythe, I'm just gonna say this now. They've won as many rounds as they have against Eric and Aresta at this point in this map right now.
Kinda. But this, depending on how they continue to play, might just be the way things change from here on out. Still though, Tiamat, let's see how they actually play defense, right? So far, it hasn't been working out. Maybe it's just gunpowder because it's only the second round, but now that they have their full bias, things could be very, very different. Toxic screen just to wall off mid towards kitchen now.
Yeah.
So they're certainly making their way in, but what they don't know is that someone could be on the other side of green and yellow.
Again, look at these decisive executes though. Like they only have Spectres, but they're able to get the spike down. And Krolo with the Vandal, because she died the previous round, she's able to get this hero Vandal. She also has enough for the Bladestorm in the next round too. So this is really great for Big, really decisive for the second kill as well. Chidori gets traded for Orange though, so the attackers are still getting this. They are the ones with the upper hand. Liesel tries to whittle their numbers down. 3 versus 2 right now, but she gets taken out. Krolo with the Vandal. It's just a bit too much for Tiamat to handle, and this is what we want. This is what we've been looking for the attacking side. Decisiveness. They just went in. After that recon dart, they just held W, got the plant down, assembled that post plant right away, really punished Tiamat for being too slow, and this is exactly what you want from them. Winning that bonus round, keeping that hero Vandal, upgrading to the enemy Vandals. This is exactly what Big need.
Absolutely incredible. Look at that. 8-1-0 plus the Bladestorm is ready. No one else has their ultimate yet. I think Krolo at this point, you know, channel a little bit of that inner Kachow from Hashira energy. Very aggressive style. Just press W and go in for those frags. I mean, Orange basically, you know, cut out in position right now. Has no choice but to dash away. The heal gets forced, is forced to be spent as well. So they get to push into this. Gwen is able to find another, and the sprays just happen on towards Orange's head. Lazy Think will be able to get one as well, though, and that's coming in from mid. So no more cutting off on rotations, but they still have control over the spike and the Scythe.
Yeah, she's able to tag her through that, I think. Is that a little bit of damage?
Yeah, a little bit. Not a lot, but maybe she's down to like 80 HP.
Yeah, that's a thin metal tube there. She sees the gun barrel, Lazy Thing, but Hisoka takes Liesel down. And it's a 3v2 right now. They don't know where Krolo is. She's another 2, but Gwen, such a tricky wall. This wall, oh my god, that is just... She's been doing this as well. I think I saw this in Eric and Aresta multiple times. And I saw Tiamat do this as well, but this wall is so good because, like, sometimes you just see the wall there and you're like, yeah, maybe no one's there, right? And she's just hiding in it. And that's what the best sages do. And let's just talk about Krolo, by the way. Like, unbridled aggression here. Hold W, get those kills, open things up for your team. 9-1 right now. Like I mentioned, it's really not her fault that she was put into those scenarios where she could have won at 1v2. Of course, that's heartbreaking. But she really needs to step up big because her team needs her, and she's capable of it. And we're seeing that right now.
Exactly.
Oh my god!
Truly showing us right now. What a positional play. Instantly gets the shot onto Orange. she was kind of running away from that recon bolt, and the angle just proved to be too superior. Crescent's right now as well, on towards the top of the 2. Drops down and sneaks up. Lazy Think is completely unaware of this, but
planted.
still coming back around the top. She saw the head! She saw the head, and she's going in for this. Crescent,
Crollo with
unfortunately,
another
falls,
kill
but-
again.
Exactly. Control over a site, and that's because Crollo has been finding these openers. Lazy Think plus Hisoka. No, not Hisoka. I don't know if they can actually go in for the retake 2v4.
enemy remaining.
Lazy Think certainly is going to try, but it's not going to be enough. Lizel is the last one, but wow. Peaks from both sides. Screens on the top of rafters.
We dissed
5-0, dude.
we dissed their attacking
This is
side
not-
so much, and then now look at them. Like,
They're mad at us.
I'm just gonna say this, like, the recon bolt was there. The ping was coming out. She could have elected to hide. She could have cloud bursted, but what she did, she held her ground, went up even to try and peek that angle, and she got rewarded for that. She punished Orange with that one tap, and that was really sick because that shows how confident she is right now. Because what we've been seeing from these players, whenever there's a recon bolt, they hide, they shoot the bolt. Especially on the attacking side, they just don't want to be seen. But Crollo wants to be seen right now. Fight me, 1v1, I'm gonna take your scalp. And she's been doing it every single round. 12-1 right now for her, only 5 rounds in.
Come at me, Scrub Lord. I am ripped. She's got that 12-1-0 KDR, and she's not going to stop. In fact, I don't know what's going on the minimap, but how is Crescent's already on the B site? Still no Gwen just rushing in towards Garage. Will find all of those bullets in towards Lazy Think's center mass. Lizel hiding on the other side of the toxic screen though, and they check it! They take her down! Orange with the Blaze Storm will be able to shut down any form of progression from A, so right now it's just the rotations coming through. Still, Crollo
planted.
lurking over by mid. And that could be a big problem for Tiamat in the long run. It does take Orange away, so no more knives to play with. 2v4 now, and what can Mess With Ya do?
She can try to mess with him, but I don't think I don't think anything is gonna happen because it's gonna be too difficult to play against his post plan. 4 members alive still on big side. They all have the big guns. Oh, they're whiffing. Chidori, 30 HP. That's not supposed to happen.
standing.
Okay, there you go. They finally take her down. It's all down to Mess With Ya with the Vandal here and the light armor, but there's no time at all. She can't even get the defuse here. She's gonna try to get as many as she can, but she's not gonna be able to get out with her life either. So she's just gonna die to the spike here.
Try as you might, but wow, the pace and the aggression and decisiveness of which Big Scythe has shown us thus far. Where was this on the previous map? And now they're just so strong, so confident, so comfortable. I mean, look at Crollo, in fact. 13-1-2, still holding on to her Blaze Storm. Doesn't even need to use it yet. On the other side, though, I mean, they've already spent one ultimate. That's Orange.
I see
got
a
3 ready as well.
crime. Crescent bought a gun. Her teammates aren't buying her one. Crime!
Economy crime. Her teammates have 7,000. Marquis the Economist is upset. But whatever this is, this 6-0 is a very, very lovely start for Big Scythe. Let's see if Tiamat can actually read and stop this from snowballing out of control. I mean, it basically has already snowballed out of control. I mean, 06 is not what you want to have, but here it comes. It's going to be the B execute. And once more, Crescent's somehow able to sneak through mid in towards the B site. Catches an unsuspecting Chidori now. We're in towards the 2v5. Crollo will be able to take one
Spike
more as
planted.
well. Lazy Think trying to wallbang past this, but she can't because the wall is up.
Last player
Oh my
standing.
god. And then Crollo gets her down as well. Oh no, Mess With Ya hates this. What? Being alone. Gwen will be able to take her from the back. She does get pretty much the flick, but no shot. No shot. 07, dude. 07. Is this the dream? Is this happening right now?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Crollo is on a tear, like an absolute tear. And the rest of the team as well. It's not just her. Everyone, they're decisive. They're going to those sites. They know what they want. They're getting away with it every single time. And Tiamat, you should have called a timeout maybe 2-3 rounds ago and, discuss things. Because right now, your mental is going. You're starting to feel that helplessness against Big Scythe right now, and they just left A side open.
A little bit of a tilt, I don't know, but they are able to go in for the trades and finally pull off the res. They've been holding on to that thing for a while now. So 5v4, maybe not the worst thing in the world, maybe no armor, but that's still okay. Hunter's Fury back to back, and it doesn't quite connect. They're looking for each other, the Sovas. They actually tagged themselves up, but they're actually 2 players on Tiamat got tagged up. Corollo on his updrafted positions on screens, though. They don't expect it, and they lose a couple players in the process. Now 3v3, and Orange making a play from Rafters. Will not be able to find anyone just yet. She has to push on with the team, but looking away at the wrong time. Corollo will take her down. Now Chase, you making a trade, and Gwen to close things out. We're in 8-0, Marquis.
This is really crazy right now. I'm not sure what they ate, what happened in that break, or they went through a mental barrier for sure.
Oh my god. This is a completely different big Scythe. I mean, don't fear the Reaper, but Tiamat are completely shaken by this sudden change in performance from Big Scythe.
They're really making sure that this attacking side, their map pick is going to count, and count is what's going to happen. But you know,
Crescent's doing.
wait.
Okay, fake.
Oh wait, what?
Spike
Orange
down A.
takes Gwen down, and that's the stage with the res, so she can't res herself, unfortunately. But she's not coming
Revive me,
back, as
Jet.
Phoenix would say.
Jet.
Maybe Jet
Nah.
can revive her.
I'm kidding. Wait, Crescents and Liesel, they just walked past each other.
Yeah,
You
this
saw
might be
that on the
deadly.
minimap. Oh no, they don't know this at all. Chase you! Oh, she falls! Now with control over the spike, things have just gone awry for Big Scythe. But Corollo is still as deadly! Double kill and it drops to mess with you. 2v2. And Crescents finally abandons her post, comes back around. Her teammate has sounded this off, so she knows where Liesel is. Takes her down now. 50 seconds, and she can just retrieve the spike, and maybe from the shadows on towards the B site. Her teammate, though, Hisoka, still all the way on the top of Boiler. Oh, so close. She just makes it away. Has to run all the way, though. She's hightailing it, but the footsteps reveals her
Spike
location.
down, attacker spawn.
And now this just turned into a 1v1. 30 seconds. Hisoka, or Bella Heartfire. She needs to go for this, but she's being very, very careful. Doesn't know where Mess With Ya is. If Mess With Ya actually gets this, the time is running out. This will be the
10 seconds
clutch of the round, of the map. She turns away at the wrong second, but
that's
not enough
exactly
time
what she
anymore.
needs to do. Like, you don't engage.
Clutch.
I was kind of hoping
This
for the
is
kill,
what
but you
I
know,
trained for.
this is the secure, the safe way to win.
Yeah. The biggest mistake Big Scythe did with that was, I think, Hisoka was in B when the spike was all the way in A. Like, I know she's trying to lock down the site and secure it, but at some point she has to rotate because there was only one teammate left. She was down to a 2v1, and securing B side doesn't really help. You have to go with your teammate there and get the trade, and because of that, her teammate dies and she's not able to get. There was just not enough time for her to get the spike and get it planted or look for the enemy stage, and I think that bit of a misplay there from Big Scythe, and also letting the Viper go through, I think it was Liesel. That was a big mistake also from the Omen.
Yeah, a little bit weird. Crescents has been playing the same position for the past 3-4 rounds now, and no matter what Tiamat tries to do, pushing outside a tube, they can't catch her. She's taken Orange down, and once more, she could actually sneak into B site. They're certainly afraid of it, but regardless, her team is pushing in towards A. Very aggressive. They're looking for these duels. They want to take Tiamat down. They've taken a couple players already, but not on towards Mess With Ya. So Res has come in, the Viper's Pit has been deployed, and the spike will get planted. Let's see if they can actually make this work.
And there's utilities being used as well. They're trying to deal with this Viper's Pit. But 4v3 right now, because of that res, it's going to be a tall task. They're going to have to eat that poison to get them. And they even have one player playing on Belch. Alright, they take 2 down. Big Scythe are swinging that Scythe. And, you know, I'm going to mention this. You know, Tiamats are mythical creatures with at least 3 heads. Typically 4, I think. And I'm gonna say this Big Scythe is big enough to swing through all 4 heads. 9-1 right now in this first half.
All 4 heads. They basically did that
And it's really thanks to the setups that they have, the aggression, really the fact that they're just that confident to push in towards A, to take the aim duels, to take down anyone who's in their way, really shows that this Scythe is big, but it's also really sharp.
Pull out the stops here, but they're on an eco. There is the Blade Storm getting used, but she gets tagged down. Her light armor already almost fully gone. Here's the execute coming in from Big Scythe as well. There's the wall getting broken. They're slowing things down though. They know that they can take their time a little bit. They have the bigger guns. They don't want to run into this eco. And Hisoka at the back. Oh, spots Liesel. Tags her down a little bit. There's the ultimate as well from the shadows into the side. Oh no, she might be looking away. Oh no, she gets Liesel. Liesel unfortunately does not get the headshot. So that spike is gonna go down. Another kill as well for Gwen. And look at Sova. Sova's all the way onto the A side. Gets killed by Lazy Thing. But Orange with the quick double kill with those knives proving to be deadly. Nice double kill from her. She's quite low on HP though, but gets topped up by the Sage. 3v2 right now. Big Scythe. It's all down to Hisoka right now. Whether she can hold this or not is looking pretty difficult in this 1v3.
Happen, Hisoka
That's
goes
one.
in for the spray. Unfortunately, will not be able to connect on towards Orange, who's just dancing back and forth from the yellow cargo box. The blades finally connect, and 2-9. Not so bad. It was a 3-3 win as well, which is pretty impressive, but
Last
Scythe
round
still.
in the half.
They took down 4 players. They still took down 4 players.
Yep. That was their round to lose though. I feel like this was a gross misplay, the smoke, and they weren't watching it. I think defensive positions were much better. Hisoka could have also used the snake bite on that spike instead of fully exposing herself and try to deal with them one by one first. Look at this though. Crollo with 20 kills, the next highest 10. She's double anyone else's kills right now. She's really coming up big for her team, and now she's on that operator on this last round of the half, and whether she can land these shots. All right, she hard peeks an operator, takes her teammate down. Orange is still alive though, dashes away. Oh, she gets the paranoia onto her. She gets almost detected, but uses the cloud burst to get back to safety. Both ops missing, and now Big Scythe are getting the spike down.
I think it's really uncharacteristic of Orange to miss all those shots. Even going back in for the hard peek was really unfortunate. Now Hisoka again with another kind of lurk in from mid. It just completely stops whatever Tiamat tries to do. Mess with you again, last one player left alive. She's gonna find one more. Wants to go in for the rest, but no one is nearby. They're all around trees towards the back of spawn. One's got Liesel, so that's a nice little moment of respite. Takes another player down now. 3 players on her under her belt. She's going back in for the last 2, but at this point she's kind of run out of time for the defuse. Going in to stick it. She's going in, but Crescent will be able to take her teammate down now. Just a blind spray. She goes in back in, but not enough time. 165, 4 kills. And she tries everything that she puts, but it's still not enough. 2-10. Big Scythe are just way too fast for Tiamat to deal with right now.
They're definitely ready to come into this map, and Crollo, we talked about this right before this map. We needed that duelist to go in, fight, go into an updraft, dash into her own cloud burst, get into the site with her teammates trading. You know, she didn't even need her teammates to trade, because whenever she got into that site, she got the trades for nothing. It's all free for her. And 22 kills right now onto Crollo. She's really playing out of her mind, and you deserve the sheriff on this round, by the way. And Crollo, she might just be able to catch him off guard because they're all going to A. They're gonna have to duel her with her sheriff.
Let's see. Goes back up around pipes, and she's just holding the angle. Does get spotted out by the recon bolt though. Immediately repositions her crosshair, and that's almost on towards the head, but doesn't quite connect. So she's still staying around that position, and this is where Tiamat, back to old habits, just sensing a bit of resistance around A, they rotate back towards B. Still though, it is Hisoka who is really aggressive up front, on towards green, on towards yellow. She senses the footsteps, immediately backs off, but Orange has been able to creep up around up the site.
takes her down, and we're back into the 5v4. A very nice methodical dissection of whatever kind of defense that Big Scythe had on Scythe. This is different. In fact, they've lost another player, so 5v3 now.
Yeah, no one was watching Hisoka's back there. They weren't watching Kitchen, and Orange just waltz in, able to kill her. The paranoia coming out might be able to help. This might be the defuse that they need. It might be snuck out yet again. A double wall.
No way.
I think she can stick this. She's gonna get the defuse! And they sneak this round away. 4 members of Tiamat alive. That we've seen this happen time and time again. Renatus White has done this. Alter Ego Celeste has done this. That's because the B execute, typically you put one wall up to block the spike from one side. The second Sage comes in, she puts another wall, and that spike is just so difficult to break the wall with your pistols. What you're supposed to do is, after you use that wall to defend your spike, maybe slash it down a bit, maybe just bring it down a little, just to make sure that you can shoot anyone who's trying to defuse the spike. But that double wall just made it impossible for them to get it, and Tiamat are forced to buy this round, even though they lost.
Unlucky. Still, if they lose this forced buy, they're at match points 2-11 right now, so they're just banking and going in for this. Very, very aggressive, and they really want the site. Going back in now, baiting the spray. Lazy Thing is going to peek out of this, but line shots through smokes. Gwen is able to find one more. We're back in the 4v4 fight, but what they don't expect is Crescent's coming from around the site. It's going to be Orange, who knows this, so she brings things back into her team's favor. 4v3, and Gwen, once she puts them outside of yellow, goes in to take down one. Krollo still has her tailwind, so she can go in for more aggression. Takes another player down. They continue to spray, but Lizo's coming around the back. It's messed with you as well. And just like that, Tiamat, with their force buy, have managed to stay alive for one more round. 3-11, very, very scary and dicey, but they still make it work with their own Spectres.
Yeah, that was really just has to play from them as well. They were able to catch the flank. I think they feel like they need to force every single round here, and they do, because it's 3-11 right now. You lose one round, and immediately Big Scythe is on match point. So right now, Big Scythe, they're going to be the ones saving. I'm not sure why there's a light armor buy here from Krollo, but I guess they just want to deal as much damage as they can in this thrifty round. It's almost a full eco for them. Oh, but they're going to get shot down. They do have a 5-stack here, but they are getting taken down. Krollo, though, with 2 big kills, is able to get the rifle. She might get the third one as well. Dashes out. Oh, no! Switches guns in the wrong time. Orange with a great E dash into them. But, you know, they took 2 kills. They made it a bit expensive, and now they can buy. Big Scythe have the big guns right now, and Tiamat, can they keep this aggression up? Can they keep this momentum up?
Mark, I just saw an anime fight.
Yep.
It's like Dragon Ball, and Krollo is trying to do one of those fast teleporty things away, and Orange is the one with Ultra Instinct and dashes in right after her. Krollo tried to respond with the classic switch, but it wasn't enough. She was stuck in the pull-out animation. So right now at 4-11, and Tiamat, they want to do the same thing that Big Scythe did towards them. They're going in, all 5 women up and outside of green now. The toxic screen will come up, but what they need to deal with is Gwen's elevated position. They actually make a rotate back, and unfortunately for them, Big Scythe have already pushed up past this. Krollo will be able to take down one.
Oh no,
right now,
she's stuck. There's a wall here.
Unfortunate. But if she can actually just, I don't know, go back in for more peeks, she might be able to take down another player. But unfortunately for her, Mess With Ya will be able to shoot her down. Still though, it's back into the 4v4, and things slow things down for just 1 second. Gwen, even though Lazy Thing spotted her head first, she actually took her down somehow. And now Krollo gets another. Orange is going into sides on her own, thinking that it's clear, but it's not. 2v4. He might be able to get the spike down, but what can they do off of that? Chidori goes up off the wall, puts Crescent's down, back into the 2v3. But here comes, spike gets planted. She has 1 shock guard. Krollo has knives, and traps and cloud burst. They just spray in towards the wall. The rest comes in, but it's not going to be enough. It's a bit of a bait, and right now, Gwen plus Ahsoka getting all these kills. Chidori last one left alive. The lineups or anything that she tried, she wanted to do, will not happen today. And right now, Big Scythe earn their spot with the match point, 4-12.
Finally getting this defensive round, this defensive stop from
Match
Tiamat
point.
stopped the onslaught. I mean, they were holding up with Tiamat. They got into the site, unbridled aggression. That's exactly what they need. But Big Scythe, sharper, a little bit sharper on that round, getting those kills, really, really converting. And I'm just gonna say it again, Crollo still maintaining 2 times
bomb.
or more. Look, 28 frags already. And this is no small feat. It's 16 rounds into the game. The next highest is Meswithia with 14 frags. That is absolutely stellar performance from Crollo.
Double, truly double. Oh my god. Tiamat just going in with the aggression as well right now. Despite being on match point, they don't care no more. Going in for this, or just on her own on the B side. The rest of the team stuck somewhere around green. Chidori's the one with the spike inwards mid though. They overwhelm Ahsoka, thankfully, so they might have gained control over this site, but they still got to worry about the retakes coming in. Crescent from Snowpal will be able to take a heal. The Spectres as well as Vandals coming in from Big Scythe now, just looking for the positions. They managed to break down one panel of the wall, but unfortunately a spike still will get planted. Now coming back around this, because that one other panel around the edge of this, they have to play around it. It doesn't grant them vision around the cross between green and yellow, so they have to go in for this. Chidori will be able to take Gwen down.
They're sticking!
Kolos- What? What?
Defenders win.
Wait, what? What?
I think the paranoia stopped them from actually hearing it with muffled with some gunfire. They were a bit too afraid to check, and they just stole yet another. They stole map number 3 off of that defuse, and Crollo, sadly, no 30 bomb for her. But look at that, 485 average combat score. That is just absolutely insane. 7 first bloods, really opening things up for her team. And Big Scythe, take out the Big Scythe and just swing it 13-4 on their map pick.
You're here, Marquis, because that is amazing. I thought they were going in for the duels, but okay.
They just had a numbers advantage, and that post plan again, messy from Tiamat. No one was watching, really watching the spike. A bit too much utility coming out. The smokes coming out covered them. Paranoia stopped the defuse sound from happening. I guess Sova on yellow was there. She could have called the defuse out. Maybe she didn't hear it, but in all the chaos, yet another sneaky defuse happened. And map number 3 goes to Big Side, 2-1 right now in this best of 5, and they're really hungry for this.
This is truly insane. 485 average combat score, 29. I mean, very close. I'm just gonna count that as a
That's a 500.
pretty much a
Round it
30
up.
bomb. Pretty much. Yeah, round
500,
it up.
530.
Never
that's-
seen. I mean, not an FSL Open overtime. No one has, I think, thus far gotten a 485. This is the highest ever. They just floored it on the attacking side. Big Scythe. They just kept going and going and going. Sometimes it's A, sometimes Crescent's the one who somehow manages to sneak on towards the B side, and Tiamat are just not prepared for it. They had their own attacking aggression as well this time, which is, by the way, really lovely to see, but they lost way too many rounds from the first half.
Yeah, and for both teams, right? Like we mentioned this, whoever breaks out of that mental barrier off the attacking side will start to win. And we saw that. Big Scythe commanding 10-2 half on the attacking side, which is weird because when we saw them on Icebox against Arikat Aresta, they just seemed very lost on the attacking side. And it seemed like they, from yesterday to today, it's just, oh, we found something that works. Whole W.
Whole W, I mean, completely different. Well, we also have a little bit of information that, you know, aside from the fact that one of the players on Big Scythe is Bella Heartfire, she is a caster for VCT Indonesia. They are Indonesians. They are friends with some of the Alter Ego Celeste
members. In fact, some of them used to play on the same team in other games before Valorant. On the other hand, they have actually 2 coaches. This is Big Scythe. I guess they're kind of an org. They have one head coach who focuses excuse me, on the grander scheme of things, and then another player development coach who focuses on individual performance. I guess things like mechanics, perhaps. So this is really interesting, and maybe if one of the coaches really did speak to them, I mean, if they do win this best of 5, I want to hear that in the interview. This is a very sudden change in form. It's like both these teams, although Big Scythe is the one who, I guess, had a higher power level, they kind of just went Super Saiyan. And
Yep.
Tiamat kind of tried to do the same thing as well. They got away with a few rounds on defense, a couple of rounds as well on the attack. But unfortunately, when it came down to it, the last one was just way too chaotic. And they let a defuse slip from right underneath their noses.
Yeah, and that was just absolutely amazing for them. That's decisiveness as well. You can't get sneaky defuses without being decisive. They did that in the first round of the defending side. They did that in the last round as well to win the map. And wow, I'm just really, really happy that Big Scythe really pulled this out for us, because honestly, they look like a really strong attacking team in Icebox.
Truly different. I mean, even our behind the scenes, they were saying that they've woken up, and they truly did. But whether or not they can stay awake enough, we will find out after this little break, because the players need to reset again. We're going into map number 4, and that's going to be Tiamat's map pick. It's Haven. So guys, do not peel your eyes away from the screen. It is kind of like a little bit later now in the day, so maybe go for a quick break yourselves as well. You know, grab some drinks, a snack or two, but come back, because after this, map number 4, Haven, it's going to be Big Scythe versus Tiamat, and right now the score is 2-1, so we'll come back after this.
would like to thank Intel for believing in us and supporting women in the gaming community. The new core and graphics architectures of the 11th gen Intel Core processors elevate laptop and desktop gaming performance for all types of gamers, from the overclockable K processor line for desktops to the U processor line with integrated graphics. Intel has a product for the hardcore PC gamer and streamer, as well as the gamer on the go.
Welcome back everyone to VCT Game Changers Southeast Asia. This is the FSL overtime and we are at the last qualification spot between Big Scythe and Tiamat. Big Scythe of course with a dominating game 3 on Icebox and really showing us that their attacking side is nothing to scoff at if they really tried, and wow, that was an amazing start for them. Joining me is Hey, I'm Quack, I'm Key, we are your casters for today. Quack, what did you think about the game?
I'm rendered speechless. Big Scythe, Tiamat. I mean, it went by pretty freaking quick. I really don't know what else to say. Big Scythe really just became a completely different team. Their attacking side they just kept rushing. They kept going. I mean, I don't want to say rush because it wasn't like, a full on just like, hey, rush B, everybody goes in one by one. It's Krollo finding all these opening picks, and at the end of it, she had a score of like 29-9-5 or something like that. It's amazing. Very different from what we saw from Big Scythe on maps like Bind and maybe even Ascent. Even though they did win on Ascent, their attacking side was a little bit kind of struggling a little as well, but now they're just absolutely unstoppable. Tiamat also, I mean, even though they lost way too many rounds on the attacking side, they tried to switch things up. On their attacking side, they actually did they performed differently as well, and it's very fun to watch, but unfortunately, they will take the L on Icebox. The next map, Haven, I'm not quite sure what to expect on this map because, different layout, 3 sites, a lot smaller as well. I mean, maybe it's even, you could compare it to something like Bind. Do you really think that maybe Tiamat stand a chance at this, or like what are we looking at here?
Well, this is their map pick, so they better be ready. But I mean, they had to choose between Haven or Breeze. We also know that Big Scythe didn't really play Haven against Eric at Aresta. Is one of the maps that, it's very polarizing. Haven is one of those maps. Split is the other one. These two maps are the super polarizing ones because teams just either are good at it, like Galaxy Racer. Even LT Goes Celeste want to ban Haven against Galaxy Racer, or they're good at it, like Galaxy Racer, because they just happen to be very good at a 3-map site. For the side of Big Scythe, though, I mean, they're going to be starting on defense because they're not the ones who chose the map. They're on a hot streak. They're coming in here with a lead. They're coming in confident. And Krollo, if she can replicate that performance, of course, I have nothing to say because she looked like she was doubling any player's kills on that previous map. And if she can keep that up, there's really nothing you can do, because if she's that sharp, she's just gonna have her way and then some. It's just crazy. Like, it was what, round 3 she already had her ultimate, round 5 she already had 12 kills. It was insane. It was an absolutely stellar performance from her, but we'll have to see whether they can do it this time around, because Haven has 3 sites and this is gonna be a bit different for both teams.
It truly is stunning to watch that from Krollo, but yeah, different map, different approach, perhaps, maybe even a different agent composition from both sides.
Phoenix?
But who knows, right? I want to see some, I don't know, Astra maybe. We were not quite sure what to expect from either side, but whoever wins this, if Big Scythe wins this, they basically secure themselves their slot in FSL Elite. So Tiamat right now, they're basically fighting for their tournament lives. And if they lose this, then their only chance to qualify for Elite is through FSL Wildcard, which is happening somewhere towards the end of September, early October-ish. And, you know, you're going to have to fight with other teams again, and it could be even more hectic. But right now, this is their map pick. Maybe they have something. Maybe it's going to be a little bit like Bind. Who knows? We're going to have to see how this pans out. But for now, I do want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. This is, thanks to support from Riot. First of all, of course, we wouldn't have this VCT banner if not for them. But also thanks to Intel as well as Yahoo. They are our sponsors and media partners. We wouldn't be able to do FSL if not for them. So thank you, Intel and Yahoo. But in towards the action, agent select. I don't know. Any thoughts, Marquis?
Well, agent picks. What we've seen teams flex in Haven is the Phoenix, and we've seen it from multiple teams. The Flash allowing you to get into Garage, early open up the B side. C not so much, but still quite helpful with the wall. Sometimes the flexibility of that wall plus the Flash is actually really good. But we'll have to see whether the teams are actually ready for that, because I mean, Haven is probably the only map that Phoenix is typically picked in. So maybe teams might not be ready for that, might not have that in their arsenal, but we'll have to see. I mean, this is Tiamat's map pick. We'll see what their agent selection is for this one.
Ish.
Ish.
Yeah, Phoenix. It really is kind of nice. I mean, I'm really actually starting to miss some of the original, Valorant agents. You don't see Breach anymore. You don't really see Phoenix as much as well. But truthfully, yeah, the wall can provide some kind of utility. It burns, but not that much. But you can also heal yourself up with that. You also have a molly. The flashes are nice. You can do some neat little tricks with them, but the run it back, it's a useful ultimate. It truly is if used correctly. If you get some kills with that, if not, you get information. It's a second life. But you know what? Aside from Phoenix, I just want to throw this out there. I love it. KO stocks.
KO?
His ultimate, may be not exactly a run it back, but it also can kind of be that kind of second life. In fact, your knife can grant you some kind of information aside from just, I guess, Phoenix's Blaze Wall.
Yep.
Your flashes are
mix
really
it up with the
useful as well.
Sova. I think KO plus Sova can really work out here. I mean, I like it. It's either the KO or the Sky as like the second initiator that gives you information as well. They're the hybrids. They have a flash. They have information gathering. I think that's also really good. They can pick either one. And the best part about KO, the Jet can revive you.
Yeah, Jet can actually revive you. But, well, just digging around through previous maps, previous games. So Tiamat played against a team called Fuma Gaming, I think somewhere in the lower bracket. This is the one that they had before they went up against Hashira earlier on. On this game, on this match, they actually took them down 2-1. They played Haven, and it went 14-12, actually going into overtime. Their composition, though, is slightly different from what we've seen so far. It's in fact a little bit interesting. I'm not sure who the players are because on the website the names are a little bit jumbled up, but I do see a Breach. I see a Breach, a Sage, an Astra, and then a Sova and a Jet. I mean, do you think that Tiamat might actually pull out this composition? A Breach?
I mean, if they can't play the Phoenix, if they don't have a Phoenix player, that Breach also can work out. So I wouldn't discount it. I still really would like to see more complex flashers like Sky and KO, like you mentioned, or the Phoenix. But Breach has fallen out of favor because just right now he's just not that good in terms of an agent. And the rest of the other agents are actually just so much better, and we are gonna see that right now, or very soon. We're coming into agent select, and we're gonna have to see whether that Breach already being highlighted for Tiamat is gonna come out.
Okay.
But is she just
Breach,
messing with
maybe
us?
hover over the KO instead. Come on, give us a little bit of that. But okay, Lazy Thanks certainly is going for the Astra. She did play that agent on Ascent, so this looks
Yeah, pretty much the exact same agent composition that they had against Fuma Gaming earlier. Yeah, I think yesterday's games. But on the other side, though, Big Scythe, something more comfortable. I mean, this is pretty much what they almost always go for, perhaps with the exception of Gwen, who, swaps between maybe Raze. Right now, she's Reyna. Crescent's almost always on the Omen. Hisoka, standard typical Sentinel player, but Krollo, again, still going in with that Jet.
I
Dead
mean,
Jet.
she can pick whatever she wants after that performance, really.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just gonna talk about Orange. She has
Select
3
your
E's in her
agent.
name. Is it Orangey?
No, I'm not gonna go. If she truly wants it to be
Orangey-kun.
Orangey, then yeah, yeah. Orangey-kun, or Chan, I don't know. But I'm gonna stick to Orange for now until someone tells me otherwise. Still, this is the agent composition that we're looking at. We will have the Breach from Tiamat.
Yeah, this breach. We'll have to see if that actually will work out.
So let us see. At the end of the day, this is going to be Tiamat's map pick, which means Big Scythe has picked defense, and that's where they're starting out on. Tiamat on the attack. Again, whoever wins this, if Big Scythe wins this, they get their spot, they win 3-1, and they qualify for FSL Elite. If they don't, then we will see that 5th map, and it's gonna be a breezy one. Who knows what's gonna happen? But here we go. Astra, Breach, Sage, Sova, Jet. I don't know what to expect, but I will say that I kind of like what Astra can provide. It's just that you have to be very, very careful about where you want to go into Astral form on.
Well, yeah, Astra, I think, is a good pick. You really called the lineup here, and I think that Astra is going to be really helpful on the defensive side. Whether they can do this on the attacking side, maybe flush out some corners, combining with the breach, I think it's pretty good.
Could be, right? I mean, Gravity Well plus Aftershock, maybe something along those lines. But whatever it is, take a look at your minimap. Krollo still feeling herself, man. She's walking up A. She's going in for the peaks, and she just might be able to find Orange. She will be able to take her down, and her teammates, Orange's teammates, have spotted this, so they're going back in. But unfortunately, it's one that favors Krollo. She just holds her crosshair placement, and she will be able to get the 2nd kill. Unfortunately, not the 3rd, thanks to Chidori, but her teammates are coming in as well right now. It's a contest in towards mid, but the shock darts have come in. It tags some of the players from Tiamat, but the heals are up as well. Right now, they've sensed that aggression in towards mid, that means that there isn't anyone on A, so execution onto A, and here we go. Spike should get planted pretty soon, and a 3v3 retake will happen in front of our very eyes.
I feel a 30 bomb coming from Krollo. She's hungry. She's getting those frags. I mean, she's really having her way here, and those 2 frags are really important, but it's still a tie game for them. There's the flash coming up. Mess Video is just definitely messing with Big Scythe here. They are going to see where Chase U is. They know that all 3 players are coming from the defender spawn. It's 1-for-1 trade right now. There's the Reyna overheal coming in. Gwen might come in big here with that overheal. Chidori is gonna tag her down a little bit, and oh no, there's a damage from the fall, executing Chase U, and Liesel. Gwen is gonna get the headshot onto her, and that is gonna be the 1st round going to Big Scythe off of Krollo's first 2 kills.
Did Krollo's magic somehow rub off on Gwen? Gwen has been sharp, but right now with the triple, she's looking even sharper as well. Big Scythe, and each and every single one of their players are stepping up to the plate. I mean, Chase U might have fallen, but she did send a couple of shock darts and recon bolts to allow Gwen to actually pick up these kills. I mean, take a look at this. The recon bolt initially allowed her to take the favorable duel against Chidori, who was distracted by the recon bolt, and then coming back around, she just puts herself in a nice enough spot, crosshair placement on point, easy headshot on towards the opposing Sage. So right now, they're Tiamat maybe a little bit shaken, slowing things down. They do have the Sheriff, but once more, Krollo.
My ult's not
She
ready.
gonna do this?
She's varying her timings, which is, I think, really good, but she's gonna expect this. Yes, she does expect this. Gets a headshot onto Liesel Presence with her own double kill as well. Oh no! The classic. You know what? That was a classic.
That's it. And it was a classic, but this is classic as well. I mean, they're stuck in position, and then the shock darts, the flashes, chase you, hunting them down, the double kill. It's a 2-0 start for Big Scythe, and it's one that they will not give up on so easily. I mean, they've been playing so aggressively now, and Tiamat, I mean, they're certainly trying to play a little bit of a default, but the way they're reacting to it, unfortunately, is just not on cue. You know, the timing on Liesel, she wasn't. I don't know. She didn't react to Krolo's push in time.
No, it's just not there. Plus, she had a sheriff, so you really need to get that first shot. Otherwise, it's just no shot.
No shot. But Gravity well into secure A long, and Orange just wants to go in for this. Still, though, she is alone, which is something that I'm kind of scared of. The rest of her team slowly behind her. Liesel in towards Sewer. They're just trying to get some information. They know that there is a Sova on A at the very least. This is where Tiamat just slows things down again. Going back in to look for opening picks, but they don't find it, and then they rotate back around.
It feels like they get slowed down more than them wanting to slow things down. They really get scared, and I think that, look, they're running down the timer yet again. Only 40 seconds left for this execute, and there's 3 members on the C side. They can't even change their minds anymore at this point. They have to go.
At the very least, maybe they could go back to B, but then again, that's not a very favorable site. So here in towards the C site, Mass with ya will just push out a bit of a flashpoint, but it doesn't really catch anyone. Gwen looking to stop this with her Leers, and just like that, Lazy Thing trying to do whatever she can, but it's not going to be enough. It's all up to Orange coming in from Garage. Gwen pushing out of position, though, will get taken out, but thankfully Crescent. And this is Big Scythe with a little bit of teamwork, taking out all these frags favorably. 3-0. They get the bonus round. They get the weapon upgrade. It's a very, very nice start. And Tiamat, it's the same old habits of trying to find opening picks. They can't, so they rotate, and they pretty much pigeonhole themselves into a corner.
I'm scared. Like, I'm actually scared for Tiamat right now because they just can't find anything.
Oh no. So again with the Sheriffs, which is something that, you know, wasn't really working out for them in the second round. This time though, okay. Lazy Think, I guess maybe Gwen got a little bit inquisitive trying to peek out of Garage. She will fall to Lazy Think's Sheriff. Still though, that's only one, and they won't be able to retrieve the weapon. But right now, Crescent walking down C long with the Phantom. She gets 2. Tiamat going in, they want to retrieve the weapon, but I don't think it's there anymore. If I'm not wrong, Hisoka picked it up and threw it away somewhere else. So 3 players. Liesel pretty much pinned down because of the push out from Krolo, along with Chase Yu. She has no choice. Needs to use some kind of utility to allow herself safe passage. But this is one that's kind of too predictable. At this point, they know that the players are in towards mid. Krolo is going to hunt them down though, but unfortunately falls to Liesel's headshot with the Sheriff. She heals herself back, but here comes the push in from Garage. Hisoka, the double kill. 4-0 now. And if you're scared, Marquis, I am petrified.
They can't do anything right now. It's, again, that same feeling in Icebox where they just feel so helpless right now, Tiamat. They can't get anything done. And Haven, there's three sites to go to, and they're getting pushed, and they're not able to punish the push from Hisoka. From Krolo rather. Like, there's just too much pressure coming in. They have the guns. Let's see right now in this 5th round. I mean, if they lose this, it's yet another eco for them.
I really feel like they are second guessing themselves. Still though, they're gonna try whatever they can, shooting a lot of bullets in towards Garage. Not gonna find anything. The main thing they gotta worry about is Gwen, who has been able to sneak up under window. She finds one, immediately dismisses away safely. 4v5. This is tough.
It's really tough. They don't even have the big ultimates. They don't have the rolling thunder. There's no res to get their teammate back alive. They do have the Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury, but they can't even find any openings to use those.
That's unfortunate. I mean, look, this is Haven, a map that should, kind of theoretically favor attackers just because there are so many avenues of entry. Defenders will have a tough time just because you gotta spread your resources really evenly all across the board, way too thin. I mean, one player garage, one player C long, one player B, one player A short and A long. You can just rush them down, but Tiamat being a little bit way too careful about
30
this.
seconds left.
Now they come in with the executes, but it's 30 seconds remaining, and the rotations are already underway from Big Scythe. They have to find these frags, otherwise it's going to be game over, but thankfully they will. That's 2 right now. Mess with the Shidori, securing this. Spike will get planted, and A site is really tough to retake. Let's see whether Big Scythe can make this happen.
This is exactly what you need to mess with. You're hiding in the smoke. She might be able to punish anyone who tries to push this, but Big Scythe, they're just waiting patiently. I think if they can't get a pick or two, they're just going to save right now. Crollo with that operator, you really want to keep that for the next round. Ooh, timing.
She's gonna try to look for a pick.
Double
She
timing.
actually got it, dude. Whoa. Still, though, that's all she will write, because she has no choice but to back off. At this point, they don't have enough time any longer. Just looking for a couple more picks, and she will get the second one. This hurts Tiamat's economy. Still, though, because they have gotten the spike down and it went off, they will be able to buy back in the next round. The only thing I'm wondering about is it going to be a full buy? Do they have full shields, full utility?
Not all of them will have it because max loss bonus is 2.9k. Winning plus spike is 3.3k. So if you only had like 100 to 200 left in the previous round, which I think some players had, they wouldn't be able to buy back. But they can buy for their teammates, so I think they still might have enough for that. But Orange, Blade Storm buy, TM.
Is that what she's banking on?
She's on a
Okay.
sheriff and her Blade Storm is up with full armor, so I think she's going for that.
Get out of my way!
Very aggressive, and she's looking for the updraft frag on towards a long, but unfortunately, that's chased you, and she hears it, immediately backs off. So right now, opening pick as well from Big Scythe. One of the players, I mean, that's Krollo with the operator. She's doing her thing over by C-Long. The rest might come up, but it's going to be spent. Retrieves the alt orb as well. Still, though, Krollo holding this angle is a tough thing for Tiamat to deal with. They're going to spend a little bit of ammunition just to break down one panel of the wall, make Big Scythe second guess their decision. If, you got to think about the possibility someone's going to push down C-Long, but truly, forces are coming in from A.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually finish this execute, but it's gonna be difficult because there's
Whoa.
defenders left and right.
Oh no, she doing
They're
this?
actually in B and C. Chase you,
More knives.
runs to safety. Oh, gets flashed. Oh, with the knives, Orange. Blade Storm right, not gonna pan out for her, but Meswidia is here to finish off the kills. 58 HP. Oh, there's the shock
Ooh.
dart.
Spike
Chidori finishes off big crescents there. And we
It went-
are... Where did that
it
shock
went-
dart go?
It went past the Cosmic Divide, I think just right behind it. Crescents thought that she could, use the Cosmic Divide, hide behind, and it landed right underneath her feet. So really unfortunate, but Big Scythe, again, it's the A site, and I don't know how they can do this. The Rolling Thunder comes in from A long, and they're just waiting post-plant. Krollo still holding on to her operator for dear life. It's 3v5, and they're just going in for it blindly. Orange, Lazy Think, and Lee Soul finding all the frags that they need. They actually turn this back. It's a flawless victory for Tiamat.
Being able to really get those 2 rounds, stringing the rounds together is important because we saw an Icebox. They stole a round, they stole 2 rounds, but they couldn't string rounds together. And they definitely need to get this because attacking side is going to be scary if they're going to go against Big Scythe. And you don't want to go... We've seen leads disappear towards the second half, but you still don't want to go too far down one hole.
Definitely not. You go too deep down the rabbit hole and you might not be able to climb out. So right now, Tiamat just playing it a little bit more careful again. Maybe trying to find or bait some kind of a peek, but oh, Gwen getting a little bit scary now, getting a little bit itchy with those fingers. She's gonna back off, thankfully, but Krollo with the off angle in towards garage. It comes down to how Tiamat wants to approach this again, but they're doing the same thing of just looking for some kind of angle, some kind of peak. Right now, certainly thinking about pushing in towards garage. The drone will be able to spot out Crollo. She knows this, so she will back off.
So with the sheriffs now. She has to get those headshots with the drone. Did that spot Reina? Oh,
Nah, I don't think so.
it's an aftershock. There's the Lear.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, looks at the wrong side. Orange was already there waiting in the smoke for Gwen. They're executing into the A side right now, but the utilities are stopping them. There's counter utilities coming in as well. Crescent not gonna get the headshots because of that smoke. Did that
30 seconds
come
left.
from Crollo?
Don't think so. Shouldn't be. But 5v3 again. And this just means that big side, it's the overwhelming push coming in from Tiamat. So retakes now.
Oh,
In from spawn, Crollo actually lands another shot. Chase U sees the weapon, wants to take it, but gets denied by Orange. Mess with ya will do more damage and take Crollo out. Hisoka tries to go in for the re-peaks, but with the Sheriff, it's just not going to be enough. Vandals will prevail 3-4, and Tiamat are clawing their way back into the game. I think this is the third round in a row that they've won now.
yep, it was 0-4 at some point, and I thought Big Side was just gonna go crazy, especially after getting that operator. But it looks like, honestly, Crollo with the operator changes their gameplay a little bit. The pressure disappears from her pushing because she just holds an angle now, and because she doesn't have the rifle, she just doesn't push and stays in one spot. And I think that for Big Scythe, maybe you just want rather Crollo on the rifles instead. Or never
Perhaps,
mind.
right? Oh, okay. No, stand
She
corrected.
says no.
My ult's not ready.
I want the operator. She just goes out of garage, takes a kill. Maybe not Crollo. Perhaps Gwen could be the one to go in for those pushes. In fact, she tries to do that a little in towards A long, but unfortunately is met with a bit of resistance. So sensing danger, she will back off. But we're back in towards a 4v5. Jet now, Orange, holding the angle in case anyone pushes in and out of A or C link. It would have been Crescent's, but thankfully she's playing it safe. So once Big Scythe actually, I mean, whether they push or not, the rest of the squad are pretty much playing it really safe. Tiamat go back to old habits and they're not sure how they want to execute.
Yeah, it's that, oh, one of our teammates died. Let's play extremely slow and have 40 seconds to execute yet again. The exact same timing. But they get a kill right now. Gwen makes it a trade though, gets the dismiss, back to safety. Tries to go for a second one, but
30
Orange
seconds
takes
left.
her scalp. 7 HP on the Jet right now.
No heals as well. Sage is gone. I'm just impressed that Gwen actually got a headshot, a dink, and a kill despite being stunned. But still, it is a 3v3. And right now, Crollo still has the operator. Really tough to deal with. Astra Nebula will go up just in time, and it dissipates away.
Blocking sight.
Going in with the paranoia now. She drops and assassinates Mess with ya. Swaps over to the Vandal, tries to
Enemy
spray
remaining.
blindly into the smoke, but unfortunately drops the lazy think, and Hisoka comes back in to make it a trade. Remember, Orange is down to 7 HP, goes in for the swing. 2 players. You cannot split your crosshair, and Crescent will just say good night.
Yo, that drop into the no scope op, that was such
That was some
a Chad play. That was
simple
just
stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
yes, it's exactly that. It's a drop from heaven into a no scope. That was absolutely insane. She doesn't get the second kill, but you know, you start resetting Tiamat. Like that 0-3 doesn't become an equalizer. You start building up your lead yet again, and reset their economy. They just need one more round again to just break Tiamat's economy.
The most Chad thing about that though is that she tanked the fall damage.
Yeah, you don't do the hold shift a little bit to stop the 18 damage, just
like,
to really
nah.
ensure you get the jump on her.
I don't. Like, who cares? I take damage. Whatever. I'm gonna get a kill. I'm a Chad. So right now she's holding the angle in towards C long again, and Tiamat are certainly afraid of this. They went in for the peak. They got punished. Orange, unfortunately, even though she had a weapon, will not be able to use it in this round. 45 now. Tiamat have to reassess their options.
Yeah, this op is just a bit too much right now. They can't handle it. And they need to use their utilities to flush her out, but Crollo is again the biggest problem for Tiamat. She's not top frag. I don't think she's top fragging right now, but she has been the biggest problem in the previous round. She still is the biggest problem right now.
I mean, that's what I don't get, because Tiamat, they have all these different agents, all these different utilities that can deal with it. A fault line will take an operator out of scope. A gravity well will push an operator, out of location, and you might just be able to take them out, but they're not doing that. In fact, right now, trying to go in for a full execute in
30
towards
seconds
B, they
left.
try this, but they have to be very, very cautious because 2 split angles, and they might not be able to make it work. Lost a couple players in the process run. Right now, Frollo plus Ahsoka looking to assassinate the final player. That's Liesel. Goes in for the heal. Wants to, or at least thinks about the rest, but he only has 10 seconds remaining. And unfortunately, Crollo whiffs. Liesel comes up big with an ace.
That's some heroics from Liesel, but I think with some communication, they should have known that Sage was down to 8 HP. She could have pushed with her classic there, but instead, she elects for the op shot, misses it. Uncharacteristic, by the way. That's one miss. Takes down Hisoka here. They don't peek together. Look at this. She gets tagged. Hisoka should immediately call -1 for 2. Go with a classic. Don't give her the opportunity to do this, because you miss that shot, you're dead. And that's exactly what happens.
Here.
It has to be said, that is true. It really, I have to agree. I mean, maybe it's because like 1v1 situation and Hisoka or Bella Hotfire wants to, keep quiet so that Crollo can focus or whatever, but 8 HP, you cannot let an advantage like that slip, and unfortunately they did. Right now, they're back on an eco. Chase U is trying to deny this push with the Hunter Street, but it only doesn't actually connect onto anyone. Gwen dropped early on as well, so this is just falling apart now. It's becoming the Tiamat Death Squad, and they're looking to turn this back into a 5-5, but Crollo wants to deny this. She's angry. She will be able to only take down one. Here's the second. The playmaking Jet. And she's looking for even more. Anticipates a push now, and that's why she's falling back for a second. Goes in for a couple more jumps, trying to displace any form of crosshair placement, but has to be careful. Goes back in again, but unfortunately drops to orange with the Vandal. The sprays will just catch her even if she jumps. So 5-5 now, and Tiamat even out the score.
And this is starting to look a bit dicey. Slowly but surely, Tiamat is starting to find the kills, and for the rest of Big Scythe, they need to be able to hold these sites a bit more. They need to be able to anchor, and maybe wait for a retake. Not on A though, but it seems like A is the one that they're sacrificing, leaving only Chase U, the lone Sova, to hold the site on by herself. And that's been Tiamat's winning site. A has been their winning site over and over again. I think they need to start rethinking their defenses.
They truly do, because I think it's one of those things where they kind of spread themselves too thin. Again, we mentioned the operator early on, but right now they're playing it really, I guess, kind of safe. They've gotten information that C is clear, but look at what Tiamat are doing. I mean, they're kind of spread out across the board, thinking about going A, thinking about lurking over mid. It's confusing for Big Scythe, and it's a little bit tough for them to get a read on this.
Maybe they need to push out a bit more. That's what they're doing now, but they're still stuck a bit on C before they actually decide to complete this flag. Oh, there's 2 members already sneaking. They might be able to get the Astra. No, but Lazy Thing makes it a 1-for-1 trade. They know where the Omen is right now, so they know where to look. But the members of Big Scythe are already collapsing. Crescent takes on Meswood as well. She sees Chidori. That scalp is a little bit too elusive. They both miss each other. There's a paranoia coming out. Totally misses though. You know, as a controller, your skills are just so slow, and that delay kills her. Crollo gets a headshot though, gets a second one as well. It's all down to Chidori. They know where she is because... Oh, she does have the Hunter Spear. She might be able to use it. No, she instead goes for the duel. Oh no, she actually gets damage done. Oh, she's just gonna stick it. Chase U 6 the defuse, and they get round number 6. Heartbreaking for Tiamat.
This is the 3rd time they got a defuse right underneath their nose. This time right in front of them.
Right in front. That cloudburst was just enough, and Chidori was afraid to re-peek because she knew that the cloudburst was going to expire, And it's one of those 50-50s, right? If the cloudburst expires and I'm looking, I might die. So I don't peek. Like, but pros don't fake and chase you.
Chad, dude.
Just sticks it.
Assert dominance. I don't care if you're gonna shoot me. I'm gonna stick this diffuse. But whatever it is, right now, Tiamat, they have 5
You want to
ultimates
fight it?
on this last round of the first half. Cosmic Divide will start things off, and we see a couple of stars being placed as well. Big Scythe immediately rotating past this, but they need to, I really think they need to wait for this Cosmic Divide to actually drop, and that's gonna last for about maybe 10-ish more seconds.
Yeah, this divide, if they can hold off this onslaught, I think they might be able to take control over the side and retake it. But 5v5 retakes are one of the hardest things, and there's the defender kill for lockdown, but they're gonna have to commit. The Hunter's Fury here, Gwen though. Oh no, big first kill. Doesn't get the second though, has to dismiss for the Hunter's Fury. Does not get the kill because she gets shot from 2 directions. There's the Rolling Thunder also stunning things up, but it's a 4v3 right now. There's the rest coming. It's now a 4v2. They're gonna have to put the smoke here. Will they come up big here? Crescent's all alone with that Phantom. The defuse is half. She's not gonna stick it. She's gonna get Is she gonna? Oh no, half. Unfortunately, Tiamat are gonna even things out. It's a 6-6 right now coming to the second half.
Tiamat, they're fighting for their tournament lives, holding on by a thread, and they want to bring this all the way. 6-6. It was scary at the start of the first half. They lost 4 rounds in a row, but right now, they are angry and they are going in for this. I mean, a decisive play with all 5 ultimates being spent. Pretty much all 5, I'm not sure, but they went in with the Cosmic Divide. They got the spike down. They had the Harness Fury. They even shut Gwen down, who was trying to make some plays happen with her Empress.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, I mean,
that was the biggest thing.
Crescent's got the kills though, and that, I gotta say, that is impressive. Just no time, sadly.
Gwen being punished there after that first kill because people were shooting at her. I think she could have swung and killed us over there, but I think
my
she,
God, wait,
she
the
just
dash?
wanted to dismiss.
What the hell? Orange.
Not sure what happened there, but Big Scythe not stepping on the brakes here, going full send into the site right now. They're trying to clear the corners. They should know that Lazy Think is around. Oh, she actually puts a star down. Stuns nobody, but Crescent is already in C. She clears the site. You look at the spike. Hisoka's actually bringing it to C already. Alright, she gets spotted. Mess with your nose that there's someone at C, but they don't know. They're scrambling still. They don't know where the spike is. Crescent might just be a lurker. They have no idea.
That was a mistake by Tiamat. I think the early dash from Orange just kind of called it clear that, okay, nobody's C, they're probably B or A, but guess what? I mean, it's Crescent. She heard the dash, and now she's going to capitalize on this. She pushes up front. Krollo will be able to get a frag as well. They have the 5v4 advantage, plus the spike being planted. Information now, it's not going to get anything. Mess with you, just hiding in the corner. She's going to flash out of it, well, stun out of this. Spots another player, thinking of going for the frags, but Big Scythe really has to worry about the push coming in from all over the place. I mean, it's Mess With Ya in from Garage, who picks up a double, but they also had another push. I mean, Tiamat coming another push from Spawn, from C Long. They might have gotten the spike down, but they weren't able to lock it out post-plant.
Yeah, I'm not sure what went wrong for them there. They got the first frag as well. They just couldn't hold the post plant, and the flashes from this breach is really messing with them. It's just the flashes. You saw them go blind. Both
Right there.
double flash as well, and it's just a bit too good right now for Tiamat. They're finally finding their stride.
Amazing. But Big are forcing this. Spectre, Light Shield. Do you think this will work, Marquis? I mean, it's the full 5-woman send down A. A bit of a split as well. A bit of a rotation coming in from Chidori and Lazy Think, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Recon ball comes out, and Crow is looking to swing onto this. She falls, unfortunately, but Chidori is down to 44 HP. Eats the shock dart.
I think it can work.
She's going to eat it. 4v4 spike down. One of them, Lazy Think, is holding on to her Marshall. Actually, it really could, but they need to lock down the post plants. I mean, we got to watch every single angle. They certainly spotted Orange. And right now, just going in for this, the execute, Paranoia plus flashes. Crescent wants to contest this. Chase you plus Gwen. A bit of a crossfire, and Hisoka taking Orange down from the back.
Big Scythe off the force. They swing this back at 7-7 plus the economy broken on Tiamat's side.
That was a great decision from them. They know that once they take over A site, they actually have the advantage because A site is so hard to retake. If they're expecting pistols, then that'll be scary. But it's a Spectre. So with the Spectres, they can hold that site really easily after the post plan, and that really punished Tiamat for being a bit too slow, not expecting that push.
Guess so. And that's kind of the thing that really affects Tiamat. I really think it's the mind games because they start to second guess themselves. Right now, Crollo again, Big, the rest of the squad, they feel this, so they're just gonna rush into B. She planted a spike, immediately dashed away. I don't know if you caught that, but right now, how does Tiamat go for this? It's planted right smack in the middle of B.
That's some really decisive play from them, but here's a defuse coming up, but the Nanoswarm is gonna discourage that. They might be able to sneak this out though if they don't have enough utilities. Lazy Think sees the spot. She's gonna defuse this. Let's see if she knows. Oh no, she's shaking her head. 1 HP, but gets taken down by Crollo. It's gonna be a flawless round for Big Scythe, and they are back in the lead yet again.
What a Chad move.
Shake your head,
Just
hope you miss.
Go in, spike planted, you dash away. Lazy Think tries to do that Chad defuse, but Big just stand over to them like, no. It's 8-7. So now it's they finally get to buy back. It's a full buy, but how did Tiamat defend against a really angry, fast, and furious Big Scythe? A little bit slower.
Side. Yep, they're changing the pace a little bit, but they're still rushing into A right now. But look at the spike. It's not a full commit. They're just looking for these opening frags.
Cover going out.
A little bit of info and control over A as well, but unfortunately Hisoka will get punished outside of Mirage. Presence was there, but
Oh my god, Crollo just immediately updrafts. Oh my god, eats a shock dart as well. 1 HP. I almost thought she would die from fall damage, but she has the hover. Thank god. Has the Vandal as well. I might just throw that over to a teammate, but it's way too precarious right now. Off of this dark cover, I might just be able to find a brief moment of respite, but really brief, because everyone from Tiamat are gearing up for this. It's descending from above, but unfortunately the trade's coming in from Chase U. But right now, Mespia and Orange just push out of spawn, and they take everyone down.
It's really those flashes, man. The flashes are just so effective because someone goes in first, gets the information where they are, sees whether the flash is effective. They know to peek right after the flash, and it's hurting Big Scythe. 8-8 right now, but I think Big Scythe can buy. They won what, 2 rounds in a row, and I think they built enough economy because the round before this was a flawless round for them.
Oh wait,
Right. Yeah, full buys for them, and not full buys for Tiamat.
that's the half-ish. I mean, lethal on a Spectre, but it's still not too bad. She has been positioned up around B right now, and maybe looking to just place that wall up in case Crollo tries to make another Chad move. Still though, this time Big Scythe changing things up. They just go in for a bit of information back towards A, not really over-aggressing or committing into it. In fact, the rest of the team heading in towards C long. They are using the dark cover to allow themselves to build up in this position.
Yeah.
Here comes the paranoia, pushes Lazy Think away. They have control right now.
Oh, check. Alright, oh, they don't. They actually get a headshot all the way from Lazy Think onto defender spawn, but Chase U is gonna spot the rotate, the flank here. They're not near the site though, and this is getting pretty bad. They don't have an angle from long right now. Using the Rolling Thunder, Mesvia though takes Chase U down, and there's the stun coming out. Big Scythe got 1 big kill though. They're still sticking to defuse, and Big Scythe get a taste of their own medicine. Gets the defuse from under their noses, and they lose that round. Heartbreaker for them, but that post plan was not that good, and the Rolling Thunder just really, this breach is working out so well for Tiamat.
Truly. I mean, Gwen was just hiding behind a box. She had the Empress. She was looking for the frags. I mean, a Vandal with Empress, you get that fire rate increase. You should be able to perform pretty well at close range. I mean, it's still a bit of a 50-50, but because of the flashpoint from Mess With Ya, that 50% chance went down to about maybe 10%. She couldn't see and she didn't know what she was firing at. It made it so much easier for Tiamat to retake. And that just might be the answer that they're looking for.
Look, A is completely open right now, though.
Is it? Kind of. But you still got to worry about Orange, as well as Chidori from top of heaven. Orange looking to contest for a little bit of this. Doesn't take away one Leer, but Krollo, the knives, takes Liesel away. No more res. Chidori looking to deny the plant, but unfortunately won't be able to do so. Does tag one player at the very least, but we're into a 5v4.
It's a single tag, and there's the Cosmic Divide being used again. This is gonna be really good if Tiamat can actually get this. But there's a counter Hunter's Fury. It takes Orange down, and now it's a 5v3. Even with the Cosmic Divide, this might just be dangerous because Krollo can just swing out with the Blade Storm, right clicks, and Big Scythe yet again take things back. And we were just talking about Tiamat. The economy is not good, and it just got reset yet again. It's gonna be a full eco from them from this round.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Big Scythe. They're radiating some kind of big energy right now because they're so decisive and really, really going in for these pushes. Once they get the site, I mean, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the Owl Drone that signaled to them that the site was clear. That might have been a small mistake from Tiamat. Maybe they were trying to play retakes, but unfortunately for them, even with the Cosmic Divide, just because Big Scythe were positioned underneath Hell around the site itself, it made it that much more difficult for Tiamat to retake with. Even the flashpoints wasn't helping them out in that one engagement, but right now, in towards this round, Big Scythe changing things up again. They're slowing it down the pace a little bit, going for the information plays. They're using the recons, the Owl Drones, to try to tag people up. Still though, C might not be the best answer. Lazy Think is watching this with an off angle. They might not have the best economy on the side of Tiamat, but with the right angles, with the right plays, it can still be costly for Big Scythe.
Yeah, you really have to respect them still, and they are going to use A. If they do go A, oh no, Chase you. If they go to A though, it's gonna be hard to retake yet again.
Wow. Look at that nice wholesome support. Picks up the Vandal, passes it over to her teammate because she's low. Still though, it's going to be the A hit. A bit of a rotational move from Tiamat, just a bait and switch. But guess what? The spike is going down on the site that's completely on the other side of the map.
Uh-oh, double flank
Hisoka.
coming through. Let's see if Hisoka gets punished here. Alright, she's
She
gonna
got
hold some
spotted.
numbers off. Yeah, she got spotted. So she's gonna have to hold here. She's getting pushed. She gets one, but she gets
Wow.
taken down. That means there's gonna be another rifle going to the side of Tiamat. They have the numbers advantage, but they only have 2 guns right now. But that just might be enough. Gwen is holding his angle here, holding close. That stun is not gonna hit her. She might be able to get one kill. She gets one, not the second, unfortunately. Not able to dismiss there. They're now at a disadvantage. Crescent gets one, gets 2 with a headshot. And Krollo comes up big for Big Scythe. 10-9 right now. They pull things back, but Tiamat, of course, they can have a bye yet again. This game is so close. It's going back and forth between the 2 teams right now, and I don't know who's gonna come up on top.
I'm 100% with you, Marquis. I'm so nervous. They're stuck. They're locked in this kind of back and forth tango, but they keep stepping on each other's toes. And right now, it just seems like Big Scythe are the ones with the bigger feet because they really want to stomp on them. And Tiamat, even with the numbers advantage, even with the, it's kind of the nicer-ish holds, they were able to steal a couple of weapons away from Big Scythe. The retake wasn't meant to be because A-side is just that difficult, but also Gwen, with the off angles and everything, it's strong positioning from Big Scythe's players. Right now, though, on the attack, things have been changed. It's a bit of a standoff on both sides, and Big Scythe just trying to bait out utility from Tiamat. The wall went up, a panel got down, and right now they can reassess their options and move to another site.
Concealment.
Yeah, really great patience and change of pace from them. That's how they keep Tiamat guessing. This change of pace every single time It's just really what's really making them question their decisions. But great wallbang there from Chase U. I thought Meswood was gonna get that stun plus kill, but instead they take the Sova, they take the breach down, and no more flash going to be annoying for them. But Tiamat does have the rest though. Gwen takes Lady Think down. Chidori takes Chase U down though. There's the rest onto the breach yet again. There's the flash gonna come in. Rolo with the flag gets 2 kills. Really big from her, dashing away 3v2 right now, and Big Scythe are on the numbers advantage. 1 HP on Crescent still. She's gonna go for yet another flag. She's the only one left in the site. Unprotected, but her teammates are coming in for the flank. Oh no, Orange gets a headshot. Crescent's with 1 HP right now though. Can she make this work? She's gonna have she jump onto the gets kill. Does not get a second one. She's just buying time. What? Albert, no! The headshot through the boxes. Orange is gonna get it because it was half, and Tiamat tied the game yet again. This game cannot be any closer.
Oh my god, Marquis. Frollo tried going in with a flank. She took down 2, but when it came down to it, unfortunately, I don't know what happened with Ahsoka, but she was caught out of position. And that means that Crescent was down to the 1v2. Thankfully, she was able to take down the one diffuser. Had to go into close range just to secure the kill, because if she sprayed from afar, it would have given her position to win. Orange would have just shot in her general vicinity to take the kill. Still though, she tried to shrouded step away, but casting time is a little bit too long. Easy frag, and 10 to 10, man. Both sides really want this.
Tiamat still have the weapons advantage, so Tiamat, they still have 2 Spectres. Because of the flip-flopping, it was actually Big Scythe that had the bank, and for Tiamat, they're gonna have to hold on here with those 2 Spectres.
But the way that Tiamat has been playing thus far, I mean, maybe not the best weaponry again. They're very careful. I mean, it's the same thing with their attacking side approach, not too careless on the pushing in and out, but just trying to find opening picks. On defense, it's all more or less the same thing. I mean, they're not going in for information plays, just holding angles right now. In fact, this kind of might be a detriment to them because the only one watching A site is pretty much Chidori, and she's all the way up on heaven. Orange is watching from the link, and I don't know if that's something that works out for them. Lockdown's going to come in now, and Chidori has to stop at least 1 or 2 players from flooding the site. Unfortunately, she gets smoked off, so it comes down to the shock darts. Orange, wait, angle from a link, and she gets a kill? That's awesome.
I don't know how she gets Gwen, but that's definitely a kill that they need. Oh, that dart does not clear that wall, and there's a drone being used, but Crescent's big flank from her. If she gets this, if she gets Liesel sees her! A sixth sense that there was someone flanking, but Chase U takes 1 down. 3v4 right now. They still have the bigger guns. Chase U evens things out. There's a flash coming out. She has to run to safety. Hisoka still in the site. 3v3, but Chase U coming up big. Getting a 4th kill as well. She has to complete this ace to finish her off, but there's a Rolling Thunder being committed. She gets chased down. Chase U being chased with Mess with you. With the Rolling Thunder is gonna get this. Oh no! Does she have the time to DP? No, she does not have the time for this. She's just gonna die here.
Oh my god! Marquis, what is this game? She had the
Chase
4K.
U.
She got Rolling Thundered. She tucked herself away in the corner.
That was just great decision making for her, because that's the only way that Mess with you can get the defuse. And actually, for Mess with you, she should have just ran away there. But I mean, you know, at that point in time, you're hoping, wishing that you could still get a defuse, but it was too late by the time she got there. In fact, it was too late by the time she killed Chase U. And Chase U, honestly, really coming up big here for her team.
Speaking of too late, is it too late for Tiamat? Because right now they have nothing but an eco. It's gonna be up to the combo plays from Tiamat. They push down C Long, and Orange wants to find their heads. The flash was enough for her to take Gwen down, but there are 4 more players, and now that they're aware of this, they're rotating fully over onto the A site. Chidori's here to stop this, but she's only be able to find 1. Crescent makes it a trade as well. It's Krollo who drops, though. So with the top fragger gone, maybe they stand a bit more of a chance. They have the numbers advantage after all. They're coming back in right on time. It's only Liesel on the site, but she's stuck in the dark cover. Gets tagged by the Owl drone. And because of those pings, she has to back off. Otherwise, she stands to get shot through the smokes. And now, smoking off Heaven, 4v3 retake. Again, it's back to the A site. They might have the knives, but is it going to be enough, Marquis?
It's gonna be enough. These rifles on it. It's just really a difficult retake. And there's the Shrouded Step to get out to safety. They're leaving the site to go for a retake of the retake. And there's the aftershock coming out. Oh no, no, it's too late. Crescents was stuck.
Oh no.
Thinking a bit too much.
Oh!
Big Scythe, what are you guys doing?
Thrifty.
I'm actually speechless. They had everything. They had 3v4, but they just got caught out of position. Crescents wanted to come off with some kind of a flank with the From the Shadows, but the Hunter's Fury, the Aftershock, it's just kind of left them vulnerable and exposed. And Tiamat, the knives, everything that they had, the pistol shots, Chidori did her job as well, even though she only had a classic. The numbers advantage kind of favored them, and they make their round win off of a Thrifty. It's 11-11 now. Whoever wins this gets into match point.
They should not have been using their ultimates there. They should have been using their guns against the pistols. I don't think the ultimates were actually there, because you'd want to push if you had pistols. They should know that. They should have just held their ground and actually stopped the pushes from coming in. And they just get punished for that. Yet another reset, and it's going to be an eco more or less for their side. Bladestorm buy for Krollo. Not an eco, but not the best buy.
My god, I don't know, maybe a bit of an eager beaver play, but right now they creep their way up into Seaside, and I think Tiamat are just looking to play retake. They must have some kind of ultimate in store. Krollo, though, getting a bit inquisitive. Oh my god, nails the head of Orange. 5v4 now. And Tiamat, they need to make this retake work. One flashpoint already spent, and it doesn't find anyone. Garage is being called clear, but what they don't know is that Hisoka is on the other side of those doors. Still, though, 4 players on the other side. They don't have a Cosmic Divide. They might have stars or something, but it's not going to be enough. Aftershock can maybe flush someone out of position, but remember, Krollo still has the knives. They're still holding on to these angles with their rifles. They might get blinded for 1 more second, but it's down to about 20 seconds right now, and the Executes comes in. Tiamat takes down 3 players, and they continue to go onto site. There's almost the only one left coming from Garage. He takes 1 more down, but the DP is getting underway. No! She doesn't
Did she
get
get
the
it?
frag.
Oh,
No!
oh my god, 1
second.
second left.
They stuck it halfway. They had the teamwork and everything. The retake, the way that they were positioned, just sold it. They knew that that's what they wanted to do. They gave them the site. And right now, I don't know how Big Scythe's economy looks. Not good, Marquis. Not good.
It's really the flashes. Like, you saw that breach? It just really messed everything up for them.
Orange has an operator. Chidori has Hunter's Fury. Lazy Think has Cosmic Divide. They can just play retakes again. And you gotta watch for this operator play.
They're flushing her out though, and I think that's really what they want to do. If they can get this operator out, I think they can still win this with the Spectres.
There's a chance, but look at how they're backing off again. They're just looking for picks as they try to stream onto site. Orange is holding the same angle. She whiffs the first shot. Goes back in for the repeat. A smoke needs to come out right now. Crescents teleports to kind of the fate that Hunter's Fury. They don't know that there are 3 players hiding under hell right now. Not a single one gets tagged. But where are the smokes? Where's the stalling? The retakes are going to come in pretty soon, and the Cosmic Divide is just going to make things worse. Aftershock to flush anyone out of position once more, but again, 3 players under hell. This is going to be a tough one. It's going to be full firing squad. Big fire and Jisoo comes up big with a triple. Krollo in the double. A flawless victory, and we're going into overtime. Marquis, what is
I
this?
don't know what's going on. It's overtime
Overtime.
right now, 12-12. That both teams are just going absolutely insane, trading rounds left and right. And now there's going to be a timeout. Big. They want that round, but they're going to need to go for a breather here, because I'm sure everyone's adrenaline is really pumping.
Timeout. I need a timeout too. This is insane. Big Scythe. I don't know where they got the idea from. Or maybe it was just happenstance.
It's the only thing that was working for them. Go on to A. Remember, every time they go into C, they just can't keep the post plant happening. I think 3 times in a row Hisoka just got caught somewhere in the sea because there was just too much utility. Sometimes she just, it's not even her fault. There's the flashes coming in, the spike is not planted for her long, but every time they plant on C, it just seems like Tiamat can overpower them in the retake. But whenever they plant on A, Tiamat just can't go for the retakes.
It's A side is difficult. Sometimes the retakes work, but this time around, I really think it's because of the firing squad that they had 3 players under hell. It became a flawless victory. Big Scythe did not check the corners. Maybe they did, but they weren't sure. They weren't aware that there were 3 players. Usually you would only think maybe 1, maybe 2, but not 3. And with that many bullets, you know, firing your way, that arc of fire, all those shots just suppressing you down. You try to walk into them, you're definitely dead, and that's basically what happened. Now, first round of overtime, and Tiamat are back on attack. Remember, they play kind of slow and very careful. If they do the same thing, it might not work out, but they're looking to aggress into A. The same star and gravity well just to lock out A long. They push back into this. What they don't know is that there are 3 players already under sight, and we gotta be careful. Orange, though, will get the initial flick on towards Chase U, and right now Gwen is looking to take the 3 more players down. Unfortunately, falls. It's 3 players gone already for Big Scythe. What is this, Marquis? What?
Oh, there's a headshot from Crollo. This is exactly what you need. 2v4 right now, but I think if there's anyone that can do it, it's going to be Crollo. But I don't think the Operator is the best gun for this retake right now. A, the hardest side to retake though, and even harder as a 2v4. But this dark cover might be able to help things out. There's the stun though, going to buy even more time. They have to work fast.
Oh my god. 2v4. I don't know if that's just going to be fast enough because they got so many angles to cover, so many players to deal with. One already gone. Crollo immediately tries to pick up the automatic weapon, but there is the rifle kill. Lazy think. Now she's just flexing with asserting dominance, I suppose, with the Cosmic Divide post-round. Swapping sides, though. Big Scythe. Can they get this?
I really don't know. They need to go for A, really. Like, Tiamat have not adapted to the A push, that A execute. And I think that they really need to go for this A site.
I guess they're certainly going to try for it, but I think Tiamat has recognized that A is the site that they don't want to give up as well. I mean, C, B, they can retake those. A maybe not, and that's why they're sending Orange all the way up here in towards A short, holding the off angle as well, just tucked away in a corner. It's a bit of a pixel angle. Good thing though, Big Scythe just sensing danger, they fall back. Now they're thinking about B, maybe just baiting utility out from the Sage. That's 1 slow orb spent, wall gone as well. If they have the perfect smokes, they actually could push into this and force Tiamat to play retakes again.
They have to deal with Liesel in the back side. This is a breach utility yet again. There's gonna be a flank.
Orange, yeah. I'm very scared. But Crollo is just gonna dash past the aftershock, going in for the plant now. Does get spotted out by the recon, senses someone walking in, so she gets off of it, takes the kill down. But now Liesel and Orange are going ham. They get 2. Crollo wrapping her around the box. She's going to find another Gwen here to back her up. It's down to the 3v2, and Orange is pretty low as well. Spike's still not down yet, though, but Liesel making it difficult for them. Going to find another frag. Crollo makes it a trade down to 30 HP. She has her knives.
I've very rarely seen the spike get planted in this side, but I didn't even realize you could put you can plant it at the back there.
Yes, you can. Still though, okay, Owl Drone coming back out to find someone around mid. It's not going to spot Orange. Recon Bolt as well, so they're just trying to push her off, maybe by a little bit more time. But at this point, I think it's about 30 seconds before the spike goes off. Orange has the option to go for this, but walking in, 30 HP, Chase U takes her down with a headshot.
You can see the nerves hitting. Right? Both of them whiffed a few bullets before finally hitting one.
Little man. Overtime number 2. How can you not be nervous?
Even I'm nervous. I'm shaking. My hands are cold right now. My palms are sweaty. I mean,
are your knees weak?
I can imagine them. They're very weak, but you know. Wow, this game is absolutely delivering. Krolo, I told you, 30 bomb incoming, and that's 32 kills for her already.
My God, you called it, and it's happening. I mean, even if not for overtime, it was basically a 30. But here we go. Tiamat back onto the attack. They're using this Nebula to creep up onto C, and Krolo has to call this out to her team. She has to know that there could be a push coming out, and this Aftershock confirms it. We see the rotation happening, but it might be a little bit too late. Krolo is stuck in towards the back of Scythe. She has to stay alive, but unfortunately she gets wallbanged by Orange. And right now it's the retakes game for Big
Spike
Scythe,
planted.
something that they haven't been the strongest at so far.
Yeah, it's definitely that was not the position that she should have been in. She should have played a bit more defensive position because the breach can just flush her out. And Gwen though with the backstab here. Oh no, she doesn't check the corner because Lazy Think had the trigger discipline not to shoot the Leer out. Played off of that information with Hisoka with a big kill here. Gets the first kill. This is exactly what they need. But there's gonna be shock darts coming in. They're gonna defuse all the way to half. They might just stick this. Nope. Spike diffuser gets killed. Crescent is gonna get.
No, don't
She
stick.
can stick this. No. And Tiamat get another attacking round. I honestly think Krolo was a bit too overeager in holding that angle, not dashing away, not going back to safety. That aftershock, she even tanked a bit of the damage, got stunned, got smoked out there, detected, flashed, everything, and she just stood there. I think Krolo, she's gonna have to start, at least on defense, think about her team. Like, she has to stay alive, her team, you mentioned it, but she just got shot through the wall there. She couldn't do anything.
I'm with you. It's very unfortunate, but when it comes down to this, sometimes you're in the zone, so you're not really fully aware of what decisions you're making.
Oh,
Right
look at
now,
the C
Orange,
push.
I don't know. She must have dashed or something. They might have heard it, maybe not. This could really hurt them. Tiamat just trying to pull a fast one on the Big Scythe girls. She pushed herself in towards the position over by Dragon now. Don't go in towards C. She's getting inquisitive. Orange trying to find peaks.
Oh, she gets spotted.
She gets spotted by the drone.
Great turret there.
Oh, it saved them. And right now, Krolo finding the entries on towards the A side might have gotten spotted by the drone, but the thing is, they know that Chidori is up over by Heaven. Pushes her off for a second, but they get the spike down, and now it's a 5v5 retake.
Look at Krolo, she's an airbender. Look at that smoke coming down. She's really able to like bring it down and cover that entrance. It was a one-way. Like you can see legs still from her angle.
Airbending's not enough. She needs Avatar State. She needs Avatar State.
For sure. 5v5
How do you
retake
trigger
happening
that?
right now.
They're going in with the off angles. Oh my god, Krolo as well as Chase, you getting a couple more. It's all up to the lone Orange coming in. She's stuck on the other side now. And the post plant on A again. It works on
Switching
A.
sides.
It's a triple overtime, and look, now this is where Big need to get this defensive stop. Both teams are playing well on the attacking side, but whoever gets that first stop is going to win this, because Krolo, she's gonna have to play careful here. She's not an operator anymore. She cannot hold that same angle and get flushed out yet again. And now they're doubling down on C. But it looks like Tiamat, they have other plans.
I don't know if those plans are gonna work out though, and that's the thing. Big Scythe, they need to read Tiamat as soon as they see a bit of utility. Like even from the start of the OT2, seeing that smoke, it was a bit of a tell. But right now, Tiamat not giving anything up. Look at how quiet they're being all the way to the back of their side of the map. Liesel just watching A short in case anyone pushes out. But Big Scythe are playing it careful as well. Here comes a recon, and if Krolo can hear this, her teammates should be rotating over already. Here comes the dashing into the Cloudburst. They take out the turret, and they are looking to get the spike planted pretty soon. Full 5v5 retake again?
This is what they need, though. This is exactly what Big Scythe need to do, because look, all the utilities were used to flush them out already, and Lazy Thing is gonna get taken down. Wallbang from Krolo and Hisoka. Hunter x Hunter duo there, getting the first frag, but it's planted for C long, so they're gonna have to act fast because they're gonna have to flush these defenders out. Orange is leered. Oh, gets Hisoka though, but Gwen is good for the trade. 4v3 right now. They're whittling the attackers one by one. There's the recon bolt. They know where Chidori is. They're gonna have to push through the smoke. Oh no. Alright, they
Okay.
get the kill. Spike Diffuser gets killed. 2v1 right now. They should be able to kill Liesel here.
No!
Oh no, Liesel gets the headshot. 6 HP.
Oh!
Crollo gets it! They finally get the stop on the defensive side. And Big Scythe are in the lead in the overtime for the first time.
This could be a marquee. Remember Tiamat's defense so far.
Switching
These
sides.
overtimes have been
Match point.
Big Scythe losing on defense. They're winning on attack. And right now, if they win attack again, match point, Tiamat might just lose their chance to go into FSL Elite. Again, that's what's at stake here. They lose this map, Tiamat, and they are out. And
Look
that's
at
it
Trollo.
for today. If Big Scythe
36
loses this, though, then we
frags.
go into Breeze. So, oh my god, 36! I didn't even see that!
Absolutely insane. And now it seems like they're just gonna go for default yet again. Big Scythe, they know that they can't just keep going A every single time. They need to bait them out a little bit, but every time. Oh, Orange. Great patience here from her. She might be able to take one out. Gwen might be killer. Yep, Orange for the first frag,
Trade,
but
trade.
Crescent is there for the trade. It's gonna be a refrag. And right now, Big are still just slowly taking their time, looking for a place to go to.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That was a wall bang
Dink.
out of nowhere.
Wallbang kind of dink. I don't know, but Crollo's down to 50 HP. Holding the angle as well. That is some nerves of steel from whoever was holding that angle. Now, they want to lock and defend this A site, but Big Scythe, they want to go in for this as well. Now, just walking into the crosshairs, Lazy Think will be able to take her counterpart Smoker out. So that is the worst thing that could possibly happen to Big Scythe on their offensive side. I mean, no more smokes. How are you going to obscure vision? How are you going to make your way and control the
30
site?
seconds left.
The way that Tiamat are playing, I mean, it's 4v3, sure, maybe some sites might be weaker than others, but they still need to stall, even if they walk in. So right now, being careful. In towards garage they
There's
go.
not much time left.
15, yeah, oh my god, 15 seconds. No way.
10 seconds left.
Don't mess with ya.
Alright,
Okay,
contact
okay.
Crollo with the first frag, 3v3 right now. If Crollo can get another one here, it might spell
Oh
doom
my
for
God.
Tiamat, and they take the site. There was almost no time left, but they're still able to get there. The spike is kind of prolonged. There is
Oh,
an
no.
angle. Oh no, the wallbang chase you. Not the best angle to hide in, but Hisoka, you've been caught here so many times. You're detected yet again.
Last player
Radiant
It's up to
Box
Crollo.
is not gonna defend you. Crollo 15 HP. She has to get these 3 kills
No!
cleanly, but Chidori, we're going to yet another set of overtime. Tiamat pulling the defensive stop as well. 15-15 right now.
I don't think this has this ever happened before for
Switching
FSL
Overtime.
fourth overtime. This might be the first, and it's really unfortunate. Big Scythe back into C. They are not able to defend that site no matter what happens. They get the spike down, but you have to remember, a recent patch, Radiant Knight crates are very wall bangable now. You cannot hide towards the back of the site unless you're fully hidden. And I guess Chase U was just a little bit exposed. Hisoka on site itself as well, holding the off angle. Just, it's not enough. They got taken out. Crollo was really low as well, so she just couldn't deal with 3 players. As good as she is, 3 players is too overwhelming. And now they're back onto the defensive side. Tiamat maybe taking a page out of Big Scythe's book. I don't know. They're looking to push into A.
Let's see if they can be successful here, though. I haven't really seen them be that successful with an A take, and with Gwen holding this, they're both holding long. There's the stun coming out. I think it was just a fake onto B. Actually, they're still not pushing A even. Look at Gwen.
My God. Okay, but she has to be quiet though.
She's gonna peek off Chase U's
Jeez,
contact, and that's gonna be.
exactly.
Oh no, Chase U.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
don't leave her there.
So
Oh,
now
this is gonna be a mistake.
Gwen's kind of forever alone, and now she's getting inquisitive, trying to go back and forth. She wants information, but it could be expensive.
no.
Oh, that could have been it, Marquis. That one sound. The dark cover does come out though, and now Chidori's just going in to check, make sure, double confirm this, and Gwen sets the stage. She backs up.
Still though, look at how much time has been spent just in this one little back and forth. Tiamat down to 30 seconds and they have no choice but to push into A now. And Big Scythe should be reading this. The rotation should be underway already. They're coming in, but it's a little bit slow, and Gwen is trying to stall for time even further. I don't know if this is the right call. They go in for the spray. It forces the dash away, but here comes the executor walking into sight. 10 seconds remaining now. Grollo! Oh my god, the Quadra! What?
This is the
Switching
Tiamat
sides.
special, right? Down to
Match
the
point.
wire. I don't think they even have enough time to get in there and get the plant down to safety, but Krollo really ensured that nothing was gonna happen there. That's a 40 bomb already. She was at 36 just now. That 4K just drops her to 40, and oh my god, she's playing out of her mind right now. But Big Scythe, they really need to close this in here. 41 kills on Krollo.
That came down to really the thinnest wire possible. I don't know how, I don't know what her perspective was, but she was able to come up with 4 kills. 4 kills in the time that Tiamat tried to push on this side. And again, this is just Tiamat's mistake. They play so slow on attack, but here we go. Big Scythe now. OT4, and it's their turn to attack. Where do they go? C wasn't working out for them. They might have gotten the spike down, but at a huge cost, and they're not able to hold it post-plant. So this time, a bit of a standoff. They're, again, trying to bait out utility from Tiamat so that when they attack onto sites, Tiamat won't have much to stall them with. This is going to cost a bit, though. Minute remaining.
Hopefully they don't end up the same as Tiamat and have to rush into a site, but Tiamat are just not giving him anything. Big Scythe cannot find anything on this default right now, and it's down to 45 seconds left. They still haven't decided. It seems like they're just gonna go C though.
They're gonna go in, really? Again? There's a bit of a star. Lazy Think with the jump peak. She got the information already.
30 seconds.
Calling it out to her team. All the rotations coming. We might just go back in the 5v5 retake, and Big Scythe has to be really careful. Ahsoka, though, hiding and lurking over by
My ult's
Garage.
not ready.
Might just be able to catch some players as soon as they try to make that split push happen.
Let's see if this 5v5 retake is gonna pan out for Tiamat. Oh, Gwen gets spotted over logs. Prolo with 1 kill. He's got yet another kill. Can this be the break that Big need? 2v5 right now. But they still have Messwidya, who's been having a really good game. Down to 35 HP. Doesn't even have the heal anymore on the stage. They get spotted. Hisoka is there. 1v4 right now. Our Big Side gonna do this. Liesel, 1v4. Can she do this? She's met with a hail of bullets right now.
No
And she
time.
can't get into the side. No time. Gwen is gonna kill her.
Attackers win.
And Big Side finally break the tie and win the series 3-1.
Overtime 4. 3-1. 17-15 at the end of Haven. They finally cracked the code on how to defend C site post-plant. And because of this, they earn their slot in FSL Elite. Big Scythe will be your sixth team to qualify for that tournament.
Oh, man, like this was such a game. Krollo coming in big. Tiamat not wanting to give up, but Krollo, of course, look at the stats here. 42-22, almost a 2.0 KD. If you're counting assists here, so what some people do, it's 2.0. It's flat. And first bloods, 12 first bloods for her, really opening things up for her team. And everyone else also stepped up as well. Tiamat, really crazy. That breach was so effective in this map. That's the power of the flash. It's a hard flash. And honestly, if Big Scythe had a player that can also bring in the hard flashes, I think this game would have been way different. But props to Tiamat for making this really close, almost setting it to game number 5. But Big Scythe really pulled out all the stops here. They qualify for FSL Elite, and they are your 6th team and the 3rd team from overtime.
This is my voice is hoarse. You hear me gasping in the game, and I'm not just doing it to be animated or anything. I'm really gasping for air because these plays knock the wind out of us casters. It's incredible to watch. Big Scythe, and you feel this intensity as well, Marquis.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
my hands are really shaky right now. I'm having difficulty keeping it together, but Big Scythe finally just put the nail in the coffin, end up 3-1, and wow, that's just an amazing series from both teams.
Truly amazing. Tiamat, they made it really close. And I think, they've been participating in FSL since last year. Maybe not always making it to playoffs, but they've really shown that, up against other teams, maybe they have a tough time, but certainly now, this is a team that you want to look out for. Players like Orange, the way the team works, the way that they even think about the game to decide to just really rely on retakes with the breach, mess with you. It's awesome, but their attacking side really needs to be worked on. On the other hand, Big Scythe, sometimes, some games, it comes down to the wire. It comes down to really, really tight and close moments. They hang on to a thread and they keep pulling at it, and they finally unravel everything that they've got inside. I mean, on Icebox, it was a completely different beast. And on Haven, they just kept going on with this Ultra Instinct, Super Saiyan, I don't know what have you, form that they've got. And whatever you have to say about yesterday's game is thrown out the window. Krolo has redeemed herself.
Yeah, I was gonna say that as well. Like we're not doing MVPs for these matches, but the clear MVP of this match, of this whole series, is Krolo. Icebox 29-9, and on Haven 42-22. Absolutely insane performance. On Icebox, by the way, I didn't point it out that at that point in time in the post-match, 7 first bloods for her. That didn't go to overtime, but 7 first bloods is a lot, especially in a high-level competitive game like this. On Haven, 12 first bloods. I mean, sometimes stats are empty stats, but first bloods, I think this is one of the stats. It's like when you think of the VLRGG or any advanced stat tracker, there's FK and FD. FK, of course, is first kill. FD is first death. Opening fraggers, of course, need to get that first kill to open things up for her team. And Krolo has gotten 12 first bloods, and that's 12 FKs, and that's absolutely amazing performance from her.
We are absolutely just gushing. I know if Ray Retro were here, she would say that we are simping over Krolo, perhaps, surely, but I think aside from this incredible statistics, incredible performance, I mean, her stats are padded to heavens now, but the rest of her team really helped her out as well. I mean, Crescents with the smokes at times, maybe sometimes getting caught out of position, but Chase You, Hisoka, or Bella Heartfire, who is, by the way, going to be on the winner's interview after this, so that's what you guys want to stick around for. They've been instrumental in the team's success. I mean, the way that they work together on attack, it might be Krolo getting the entry frags, but you got to remember, Crescents with the smokes allows her to do these things. Hisoka, sometimes there were moments where we saw the turret really saved their butts, and really she goes in for these deep lurks. Gwen as well, there to just aid Krolo in her entry fragging. This team is amazing, and I really can't wait to see what they've got next month in FSL Elite. But I don't know. Do you have any other things to say, Marky?
No, I'm just speechless right now. That was an amazing game from them, and congratulations to Big Scythe for making it to FSL Elite.
Congratulations, but that's going to be that for us from us casters for now. We're going to go to a break, but guys, you want to stick around for this because we're going to have maybe some highlights, but after the break, you will have a winner's interview with our very own Jenny Rayra-Julie interviewing, if I'm not wrong, Bella Heartfire. In other words, Hisoka, aka Cece, or whatever other name that she has, the Killjoy player earlier on. From Big Scythe. So there you have it. FSL Elite, the 6th team to qualify. Big Scythe, and that's it for now. Stick around for the winner's interview, guys. We'll be right back.
chase you, Shidori as well as Orange. 2 out of the 10 have to pick up the automatic weapon. Things domain, and she takes Gwen out. 2v5 now. Crollo thankfully swings things back just by a bit, but the Hunter's Fury is still scary to deal with. Mess with ya, taking another one down in towards Showers. The Seekers come out, but he needs to be careful about this. Goes in for the spray, and unfortunately, will not be able to
That
connect.
takes Liesel down, and it's a 3v2 right now. They don't know where Crollo is. He's another 2, but Gwen Such
What
a
a
tricky
wall!
wall. This wall, oh my god, that is just. And it's Sova. Sova's all the way onto the A side, gets killed by Lazy Thing. But Orange with the quick double. This might be the defuse that they need. It might be snuck out yet again. The double wall.
no
I
way.
think she can stick this. She's gonna get the defuse. And they sneak this round away.
Should bring one panel of the wall, but unfortunately a spike still will get planted. Now coming back around this, because that one other panel around the edge of this, they have to play around it. It doesn't grant them vision around the cross between green and yellow, so they have to go in for this. Chidori will be able to take Gwen down.
They're sticking.
Kolos- What? What?
Defenders win.
Over Hidori
Last
is gonna
player
tag her down a
standing.
little bit, and
One
oh
enemy
no,
remaining.
there's a damage from the fall, executing Chase You and Liesel.
They have to be very, very cautious because two split angles, and they might not be able to make it work. They've lost a couple players in the process right now. Krolo plus Ahsoka looking to assassinate the final player. That's Liesel. Goes in for the heal. Wants to, or at least thinks about the rest, but she only has 10 seconds
No!
remaining, and unfortunately.
Shotguns with 1 HP right now though. Can she make this work? She's gonna have, she jumped onto the yes, no, doesn't look at the second one. She's just buying time.
What?
Albert, no! The headshot through the boxes. Orange is gonna get it because it was him who's been having a really good game. Down to 35 HP. Doesn't even have the heal anymore on the stage. They get spotted. Hisoka is there. 1v4 right now. Our big side gonna do this. Liesel 1v4, can she do this? She's met with a hail of bullets right now, and she can't get into the side. No time. Gwen is gonna kill her,
Attackers win.
and big side finally.
We'd like to thank Intel for believing in us and supporting women in the gaming community. The new core and graphics architectures of the 11th gen Intel Core processors elevate laptop and desktop gaming performance for all types of gamers, from the overclockable K processor line for desktops to the U processor line with integrated graphics. Intel has a product for the hardcore PC gamer and streamer, as well as the gamer on the go. Hey guys, I'm here with Big Scythe Hisoka for today's winner interview after their 3-1 victory over Vietnamese team Tiamat. Hisoka, how are you feeling right now after that crazy win in the last map?
Of course we were so happy, but in one side we are very like our heart are beating so fast as we go overtime to overtime, and I was playing so bad, but luckily my friends are playing so good and get the plays, get the multiple kills in a row, so can save many rounds for the team.
Girl, you're not playing bad at all. Literally, we all saw you on stream. You were so good. Can I ask about what the team's nerves were like during that last map on Haven? Because as you mentioned, it was so close. Both the teams were tied all the way from 6-6 to 7-7-8, all the way to that 17-15 in overtime. So tell us what the team's nerves were like, and also like how you girls communicated at that point in time.
Our comms are still like calm, but I mean like our minds are very very like fluttery and stuff, because it seems like everything we're doing is wrong and gets like denied by the other team, by Tiamat. So we're like, oh my god, whatever we're doing, it's like wrong, and we always got retake and retake because they have bridge and stuff, because their utility is like very annoying to us. But as time goes on, our in-game leader and our friends also give suggestions, give ideas. We control mid at first, and then like we can fake them because they easily rotate, because they like overthink as well, like the same as us. So we think like, oh, they're thinking the same like us, so we make them overthink and stuff, and then we like play with the rotations and stuff, and then like, yeah, luckily I got the flank and got the kill to the jet and stuff. So at last, the last overtime, we could get the spike and couldn't, they can't retake us because I have their flank and stuff like that, and we have a better post plan because from the previous rounds we already know our mistake.
So it sounds like you girls were gradually just making those better adjustments as the rounds went on into overtime. There's also something that I wanted to speak to you about because we saw at the end of yesterday as best of five versus Arca Aresta was super close. It really came down to that
Yep.
map number five on Breeze ending 13-11 with Kralo's jet ult from yesterday. So I wanted to talk to you a bit about that. After yesterday's loss, how was the team feeling? Was it like, did it dampen your team morale, or were you girls just more fired up coming into today? Which way was it?
We're very fired up, of course, for today, but yesterday was like very sad for us. But it's really not a bad game because we're like we know we are an underdog team. We never like regularly play on playoffs and stuff. We just got playoff on FSL Open 6, and we started playing better and better as we have a new player as well with us, which is Crescents. And yeah, I think yesterday was very devastating, of course. Like, Crowley was very mad. Like, she was very angry with herself, but all of us, like, it's okay. Like, it doesn't matter anymore, blah, blah, blah. Everyone would have think she would have a stick and stuff, and then you're unlucky, you just got headshot and stuff like that. And we just, like, sort of move on, and we play a bit of competitive at night, and then we play again today with a better, I think, a better gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, Tiamat, she played, Krallo, she played absolutely just out of her mind. She got over 40 kills just in
Yeah.
that last map alone, which was absolutely crazy. You know, the last round, she picked up that 4K as well. I like that you brought up the team's expectations and about how, like, previously, whether the team had made playoffs or not. I wanted to ask, was it always your team's goal to qualify for FSL Elite? Like, what were your expectations when the team first joined FSL?
Actually, I'm a kind of new player in a big site because I joined on FSL 4. So I know some of my friends, which are Gwen and Chase You, or like Rolo, which previous named Yamori. They play like a few FSLs before, like FSL 1, 2, 3, 4, and they always almost got to playoffs, but they lose their lower bracket finals game. So it's kind of a bit stressing because we almost got there, but somehow we just can't. And after a few of more practice and a few of more screams, mapping and stuff, and changing a few here and there, blah blah blah, we kind of sorted out. And we have a new in-game leader as well who is very good at maintaining the team's mental, maintaining the team's gameplay and discipline. So I think yeah, it is always our goal to get into playoffs, but we're kind of struggling. But finally we make our way in FSL Open 6, and finally we're qualifying for elite because we have the point and we have the leaderboard points as well. So we just think like, okay, we just play at overtime, and hopefully we can go to elite.
So, Hisoka, I also wanted to talk to you a bit because I think that a lot of the fans also know you as Bella Heartfire. You're one of the VCT Indonesian casters as well. I wanted to ask if there was a reason you wanted to compete in FSL under the ID Hisoka. Like, are you trying to be a bit more low key? Do you really like this character from
Yeah.
Hunter x Hunter, or what's going on?
And I think being low key is one of the points because before I was playing with the name of CC, but and then like I kind of dislike this name and stuff. So my friend was watching Hunter x Hunter as well. So we're like, do you wanna use Aluka Nanika? But then she said, there's Aluka from Galaxy Racer. Terus she said, I'm same as her. Blah blah blah. Okay lah, we just use another name from Hunter x Hunter as well. And then we finally find Crollo and Hisoka. And yeah, I just want to be low key, but somehow people know.
I mean, they definitely know, and now that we've got the interview, they know for
Yeah.
sure that it's you. I wanted to also ask, I mean, of course, congrats with that win versus Tiamat. You guys are through to FSL Elite in October. Is the team looking forward to playing in FSL Elite? Maybe get a bit of revenge on Arakat Aresta during the competition? What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are I'm just happy to actually getting qualified to FSL Elite, and will be surely grinding more, because we know Elite is much harder than FSL Open or even overtime, because yeah, as you know, the teams that qualified for FSL Elite are the top tier teams like Ultra Ego or even Galaxy Racer and Renatus White, which we still find difficulty in defeating in. So I guess more practice will come, more grinding will come, mapping and stuff, and yep. I'll be looking forward to meeting these teams and giving a fight, of course, with my friends.
For sure, and we'll definitely be looking forward to see Big Scythe play in October's FSL Elite. Thank you so much, Hisoka, for the interview, and of course, once again, congratulations. That's it for us for the Valorant Champions Tour Southeast Asian Series FSL Open Overtime, brought to you by our sponsor Intel and supported by official media partner Yahoo. We'll be back in just 2 weeks for FSL Wildcard to see which teams take the very last 2 spots for October's FSL Elite. If you guys want to see how women in esports are changing the game, then we'll see you back here again then. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thanks.